about a nice little feature, the My Comfort Cutter, which is this personalization right here. You can take this out and use it as your template or turn it over, and you can personalize it and it's yours. And it's as easy as that.
Hi, welcome. I'm super excited to bring to you today the TrueCut cutting system, making cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. I'd like to start by talking about our rulers. If we were to take a close-up look at this, you're going to notice that have this amazing edge that helps add an additional measure of safety. You'll notice holes as well for additional security, safety, holding, and easy measurements. We have multiple sizes. One of the great things we love is that it cuts like a straight cutter, but the ergonomics does remove all of the stress from the arms and the wrist and pairs beautifully with our ruler. And I'm just going to briefly show you this, which gives you a track and a guide that keeps those two paired perfectly for those accurate cuts down the entire length of the ruler. We encourage you to look more at these products and see the individual product demos because it will definitely increase your cutting success, creating easier, safer, and more accurate experiences with all that you do. Karla, I see you in front of a frame right now that I don't think a lot of people know about. Why don't you tell us why it's so exciting and what it is?
Yes, this is our fabulous Cutie frame. It's small, it's petite, it sits on a table, a sturdy table surface. You can use your home sewing machine, you can quilt with it, and you can stow it away after you're finished. And it also doesn't limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. So lots of great things and features.
Those are some wonderful things that I've heard. I know, Karla, when we start talking about quilting and what's going on, usually there's two big real questions that come up. First, people go like, oh, it's got to be super expensive for a big system. And the other one is the room and the space. What have you found and what makes this so exciting about people who are just maybe getting started or someone that's looked for a solution to some of their biggest struggles with pushing their big fabrics through the throat of the machines?
Well, it just makes it easier. So instead of you pushing the fabric, it allows you to move the sewing machine across your fabric and do those wonderful quilting designs or embellishing with thread. So it just takes all that.
not limited. You can do 15-inch, 19-inch. You can do many different things, tracing with lasers, free motion, and computer automation as well. We have a wonderful lineup of standard frames that are great for your domestics. Also, we have wonderful combos with mid-arms, long arms, and even professional 21-inch machines as well.
My name is Leah Day, and welcome to You Can Quilt. We are learning 3 new filler designs during Grace Company's Spring Fling Quilt Festival.
Hello, I'm Jenny Gaston. I own Wool & Willow Designs, and I'm the creative director for Primitive Quilts and Projects magazine.
Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie Allen from Thimble and Thread Quilting. I'm a Grace Ambassador and a National Educator, and I live in Victoria, Australia. And today we're going to do a fun, creative little class on creating feathers. So thank you for joining me, and let's start.
Hi, thank you for joining me in the Grace Company Spring Fling. My name is Janet George, and I am a Grace Ambassador, and I am thrilled to share with you about easy quilting with easy mode. Hello, it's Sarah with Designs by Sarah J. Thanks so much for joining me today for Happily Hand Quilted. I'm here to tell you all the tips and tricks you need to get started on your own hand quilting journey. Now, the reason I'm really excited to be bringing this information to you today is Grace Quilting has just recently introduced a new hand quilting hoop. And this hoop fits on an optional lap stand. I'm going to show you how to use it, and it's a game changer.
Hello, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, welcome to another day of Spring Fling.
Yeah.
Friday the 23rd. We are excited for our second day of our live video event. My name is Mark Martin.
I'm Karla Gerome.
And we have always behind the scenes that does a phenomenal job with everything you put up on the computer is Nathan.
Woo woo!
Yes.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're excited to be with all the quilters here today. Thank you for joining us. We've got a lot of stuff coming up. Maybe I'll quickly throw this back to Karla and Mark as a recap from yesterday. Tell us a little bit about some of the favorite things that you experienced yesterday for all the quilters that maybe weren't with us yesterday.
Oh, where do we start?
Well, we were able to show our true cut. We had Leah Day, and she was able to show us some fun filler designs. And oh, she's just such a fun person and so creative. And just was really nice to be able to have her share her tips and techniques.
Yep, and Tommy Forrest as well at the end of the day.
What an inspirational story he has about Quilts of Valor. He is just such a wonderful man, and he's been able to help so many veterans out there and military just through his act of service. So it was really fun.
And then we had the maintenance we went over with Cody and Alyssa. Just a lot of things that we went over too.
A little sneak peek on some new products. And remember, it's sneak peek.
Yes.
So we don't have all the pricing and everything, but you get a sneak peek of what's to come. So
that's right.
Very exciting.
And today we have another fun-filled day.
Oh, yeah.
So
with that, I really appreciate that. I enjoyed yesterday immensely as well. I know I'm really excited about several things coming up. Before we really get into this, one of the things I'd like to do is kind of just some general bits of information before we begin. First, I just wanted to thank everybody for joining us. It's been fantastic having all those individuals watching live. In fact, we know that the videos, once they're posted, we've had a lot of other people that were watching yesterday's segments throughout last night, and even early this morning. We were watching some of the comments come through even this morning on that. So thanks for being with us. I'm wanting to encourage you to reach out to others that you think might be in a spot where they're like, boy, I wish I would like to join a little bit of an event. And I know online events are a little different. I really hope we're trying to do a few different things to engage with you as quilters out there and with the different groups. I know that's with education, and yeah, you can kind of get that in a couple different spots. We're doing some giveaways though. We're looking to do that a little bit different. And here at Grace Company, you know, we're a global business, and so we're really looking to bring people from all parts of the world. And I think today at the end, we're going to have Lizzie Allen, our ambassador from Australia, on with us as well. So I wanted to thank you for joining us. I also wanted to go out and quickly just do a thanks to the people behind the scenes. So here at Grace Company, we have a marketing team, we have part of the sales team, we also have a couple other groups, which is our Marketing Simplify, which is another party that we partner with quite closely. And so I wanted to thank everybody behind the scenes as well for all their efforts. Also, there is a new section that we have where we've been able to invite vendors in. So we're really grateful for those vendors for being able to join us. Last thing, and let me do this. I didn't really do this yesterday, but Karla, Mark, I know that this is an important part of our business, our dealers. And so really, as we go through part of this process today, you might say, hey, that is an interesting product that could help me finish quilting. We would encourage you to reach out to your local dealer, and you can log on to graceframe.com and find a dealer near you as well. So we know that as we do this is really us putting on an international show, really reaching out. We have distributors in a lot of the different countries on the different continents, and so we're really grateful to be able to representing Grace Company around the globe. And thank you quilters from also around the globe from joining us. And so I wanted to talk about those things briefly. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here briefly. I did want to bring up, and I would like to have you look a little bit more here briefly at some of the different layouts. So let me go ahead and share my screen so that you can see the dashboard that you're logging into. I know that as we've done this here in the past, we didn't have this available last time, and so it's been a great thing to be able to now have this new tool for all you as quilters. And here we go. Let's go ahead and bring this on. I'm going to bring this up. So let me bring this on for everybody. Here we go. This is currently where you were able to register. What we would encourage you to do is, as you've registered, you came to a home screen, and then I'm going to log in so that you can see the dashboard. So this is the dashboard that you now have. And as you're here, you'll notice that over on the left, you can go ahead and hit the main screen. There are coupons. So we added this actually yesterday. We were talking when you registered, we sent out a link to your coupons, but people were like, well, how do I get back to them? So now we have the link for the coupon, so you can click on that to see the different promotions and the discounts that you have specifically for the Spring Fling. Below, you can get a list to all of the events, which we're going to briefly go through, and then you can schedule them, and then you can get reminders. On top of that, if you haven't submitted a quilt, or if you have, this is where you have access to your quilt. One of the other important things, we've got vendors and sell, but over here on the right, you'll notice there's this new announcements. And so this is one way to keep up to date with what's happening within the Spring Fling throughout the day. And then also, we're going to be doing this live tomorrow. And then as we are posting new things, this is where we're looking to help keep you in touch with the event as we're moving through this. So thanks again for joining us with part of what this is. I did want to quickly look at the events, and this is the event page, and this is today. We are live. We're there, and we're going to be moving forward. You can see here in a short bit, we're going to be talking about some methods of quilting, and we're going to be talking about that. Karla will be sharing quite a bit with us on the 19-inch machine. Karla also has a couple other things that talks about quilting into fashion. And as we continue down this, you're going to notice we're going to be doing some best practices on products, frames, machines. As we get down later, we have a trunk show from Jennifer Gaston, which we're super excited. She's from Primitive Quilting, the catalog and Primitive Quilts. And we're so fortunate to have her as an ambassador as well. And she's going to share with us some of her favorite projects that she's done. Again, continuing down, and I'm super excited. We brought this up yesterday as a little bit of a highlight, but Karla will be doing a project called Baby Bubbles. It seems like I lost my audio. Baby Bubbles. And then later on, we also have live giveaways that we're going to be doing, which is really, really exciting. So along with that, there will be a new product we're going to be sneak peeking. So that's an exciting piece as well. And then we are going to finish off the day with Elizabeth Allen, or Lizzie Allen as we know her, talking about feathers, but for beginners to the advanced users. And so I wanted to briefly just walk through part of what that was. Another great thing, and let's bring Mark and Karla back on so you can see this. Tell me a little bit about how you kind of felt about some of the quilts. We did a brief review on some of those yesterday, Karla and Mark.
That's probably my favorite part, is seeing what every quilter out there does and their unique take on the different quilts. I mean, you could be the same pattern, same design, but they have put their own unique special tweak to it. And that's what makes it so fun to invent new products, is to enjoy the fruits of your labors and to see them. And it puts a big smile on my face because it's so much fun. You are all so creative and so inventive, and you just have so much to bring to our industry. So we're very excited.
Absolutely. And also the time and effort that you put into these wonderful quilts. You know, it's the piecing it and then quilting it, binding it.
It's a labor of love.
Yeah, labor
really
of love.
is.
And so from start to finish, and that you finish your own quilt, and then seeing the technique that's used. I mean, yesterday with the hand quilting, and that's a nice technique. But the techniques being used with accessories that we made or accessories that you have, is just fantastic to see the differences that, like you said, Karla, of you can put your own twist to something that maybe someone already had, and you make it your own. Yeah,
and we can enjoy all different kinds of techniques. You could come up with your own, and that's what makes it so much fun, is that it's all about you and what you bring.
Wonderful. With that, Karla, Mark, one of the other things I would love to point out is if you haven't uploaded a quilt, I'm going to encourage you to still do so. You can still do so to add to part of the enjoyment that everybody else can see. And one of the things we've added to this new Spring Fling is the ability to add multiple pictures. I would really encourage you, if you can, hey, show us the back of it. Maybe do a couple close-up shots. I think when we're looking at quilts and we're not there in person, the more that we can see, the more angles we can kind of have a chance to see what some of those details look like. I know that's one of the things that I love looking at as well. So I would encourage you to do so. Also on this page, you'll notice that there's an opportunity to copy a picture of this, to send a link to a friend. You can email it, you can do it on and post on Facebook. And so I'm going to encourage you to use those other social outlets for you and those around you. And then most importantly is they can vote, because the winners will be selected by the votes that are presented. So make sure to share your quilts and your projects with all the loved ones. So again, I just really thought that this has been a great addition as we've built this in, and as we've seen so many additional quilts being added. It's been a fantastic year. So thanks again for everybody in participating. Thank you, quilters, for submitting the quilts. For those of you who have, again, it's not too late, so get them in there and share them as we kind of move through some of this. What I wanted to do is, if we're good, I want to start with some spin the wheel, Mark and Karla, and I would like to try to do this in
Plinko.
Yes. No, spin the wheel. We're doing Plinko on this one.
Right.
So we've got Plinko, which is really exciting. And let me go ahead and we'll get here back to the Plinko wheel, which I can see between Mark and Karla. So what we will do is we like to throw a question out, and maybe before we do this really quick, let's see if we can get everybody warmed up. On your systems you're viewing, there's a chance, a place where you can comment. What I want to do to make sure that we're connected so that we can see this, and I'm looking really quick, I do see several people coming in, and maybe I could just quickly recognize a lot of the different individuals from different places. Thank you for all the individuals who are visiting. I'm kind of coming back. We have a lot of comments in here, which is great. And maybe we can say hi to a couple people. Here we go. There's a hi, Carrie. You know, hi, Janice. Thanks for being with us. We have Rachel. Patty, thank you for being here. Linda, there's a lot. Yeah, here's another yay. Thanks. Woo. Minnesota, thank you for joining us. Shirley, Deborah, Larry. You can see that we have a lot of people here, so thanks for joining us. The numbers continue to go up. Hello from Texas. Thanks, Scott and Cassie. Sherry. Have the Spring Fling coupon. There we go. Call in if you have questions. We can help you out with that. Hello from Delaware. Cindy from Ohio. Miss Scraps, K Scraps, thanks. And it looks like you've shared it with your sister. Wonderful. So again, thank you for everybody joining. What I'd like you to do here, as a lot of you are putting these comments in, again, I'm going to do a quick call to action to make sure it's all, and we're all on there. I would like to have you put a 1 in the comment if you know the person on the left of Mark. Put a 1 in there. If you know who that is, put a 1 in there. What is that? Put a 1. I want to see. And if you do, put a 1 and then put her name. What is her name? Who is that? To the left of Karla. It looks like that. I'm looking at the screen. I mean, to the left. Dang it! I just said it to the left of Mark.
Yeah, right of me.
No, you're right. Ours, it's to the left. So yeah. Yeah. Throw one. Let's see what we're getting. Oh, there we go. We have everybody coming in. One Karla. Wonderful. That's great. Yesterday we did this, and thanks for your participation. It was really fun. We asked how many people had unfinished quilt tops. Was it 1? Was it 3? Was it 5? And after that, we had people just put in there. We had somebody come in with 20. You might put your hand up. Yeah, I have 2. I have 3. I'm working on it. Maybe you're just starting and getting into this. So that's one of the exciting things that we have as we begin part of this. So there we go. That's nice. We're juiced up. We're ready to go. So now I think we have a question, and the question that we want to have, Mark and Karla, what is the first question we're going to?
Oh.
We got a question.
Yeah,
you do this, and I'll ask the question.
Sorry. Okay.
All right. What is the name of our thread?
The line of thread that we make.
What is the name?
It's fantastic thread if you haven't used it. So give it a try.
We'll see how many we stump with this one, because we haven't really talked about it. So I'm
really
curious
haven't.
to see.
Oh,
yes.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm muted. There we go. Grace, what is that? There we go. It is Finesse.
Yeah.
Are any of those on the board today, by the way?
There is, yes.
We didn't have some yesterday. So the Finesse thread, let me just do a quick little pitch on this so people know, well, why are we doing thread? One of the things that I love most is here at Grace Company, as we're out there and we're interacting with the customers and the quilters, we end up getting a lot of questions, and they're asking, hey, where do we go? What is some of the best thread? And the challenge is, when we tell you different types of things, you'll go into a dealer, and guess what? Most of the time you're not finding it. What we found with dealers is often they'll have a very small selection of an excessive amount, like a very large cone, like, oh, it's 4,000, it's 6,000 yards. I'm like, hey, I have the special project. And if you think, you could just think in your mind, put a hand up. Do I love choosing fabrics? Yeah, fabrics is one of the fun parts. What about choosing a pattern? We think that's really enjoyable. And I think thread's another one. Like, those coming together is a really fun part of quilting. And so with that, we just found we didn't have a solution. And what we did, especially when you start moving into the mid and long arms, we wanted a thread that worked both for the domestic machines, but transitioned and was a great way to begin into your mid and your long arm quilting as you're quilting by having the right volume. So our thread cones have 1,500 yards, which is really great for one large project or a couple smalls. And we have 60 different colors, and we have 20 of the solids, and I think we're now at 20. We're at 30 solids now, and 30 variegateds. And so we're giving you a great selection option, and our selector is also really great. You can log on and find different dealers carry Finesse as well, or obviously you can get them through the Grace Company, but that's part of what this is. So the word is Finesse. Here we go. We're going to go ahead and pull up a random name. This one is from our first platform we'll do with Deborah Shelton. Congratulations.
See what you're going to get.
And it's a
Couldn't
thread.
be more perfect.
The 4-pack solid thread.
So again, she won a what pack again?
The 4-pack solid. Nice.
There you go. So congratulations on that. Now, are you guys okay? What if I double her out and give her a 4-pack of variegateds as well?
Oh, fantastic.
We'll add that in there. That's nice. That right there, our threads retail at about $7.95 a cone on these solids, and we're at $9.95. So that's not a bad combo. That's somewhere in the $70 range. That's a good little win. So congratulations, Deborah. I will put this out there really quick. If you're with us, Deborah, in order to redeem that, I'm going to have you email Jana. So Jana at graceframe.com, JANNA at graceframe.com to redeem your prize. Now, we've noted it, but we're looking to have you contact us. That would be great. Let's go ahead and choose another one. Well, here we go.
Before we do that too, Nathan, you can go ahead and choose. I'm going to just talk about the prizes we have on here.
Awesome, great.
We have several new
some
prizes.
new ones.
Yes.
So yeah, some that we haven't done before.
So we have Quilter's Creative Design, and Quilter's Creative Design is a software that you can pretty much design your patterns and then print them out.
Design digital patterns or patterns to trace with a laser. So it's a fun program.
It is fun. And we also have My Comfort Cutter. So that is our ergonomic rotary cutter, 45 millimeter. We have our Quilter's Combo, which is our combo kit that really gets you to start right away. So it's a 45 comfort cutter, the 6.5 by 24.5 ruler, and the true grips. Then we have our 4-pack solid thread. We have our circle cutter, which is fantastic. It's the best out there that we use. Karla, you made a couple quilts with the circle cutter. That's on there. And then we have our electric True Sharp rotary sharpener. So those are the prizes. So whoever's ready to win, hopefully you have maybe something in mind, but don't get sad if you end up getting something else. So, all right.
Wonderful. Those are some great wins. Let me go back and re-clarify too. This will be for those, and this is one of my two last things I'll bring up now that we're in the middle of this. Right now, we are doing this for the live participants that are within the contiguous 48 U.S. states. That makes it easy for us to be able to communicate with you. We do have some of the bigger prizes that we're doing. Those, as we're drawing them from the registrants, we actually are going to be shipping those to you regardless of where you're at here around the globe. So we're excited to be able to provide those bigger ones in that one. But these quick draws that we're doing for the live participants, we're going to be doing here within the 48 U.S. states, the contiguous U.S. states. So I did not clarify that, but I will clarify that. So please continue to still feel free to comment with what we've got going on. But Mark and Karla, the winner is Roberta.
Congratulations, Roberta. So let me start all over here. Oh, come on.
Shake it. Yeah.
Oh, the Quilter's Creative Design. And that's a fantastic prize that you'll really love.
It comes on a thumb drive, so you just load it up and then
load it on your computer, and now you can design and work with them and manipulate some designs to make them work the way you want to. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's great for printing patterns, and you can scale them to any size. So if you are working on a quilt at home and you're using your domestic, you can also like pounce through it if you were to use a pen once you print it at the size you want. If you have a frame already, you can print this in a pantograph style. So you can actually choose how many repeats you want and how wide you want it. And Mark, what's the value of that software?
It is $3.99. Or $349. I'm sorry, $349 on the software. $349.
That's a good price.
That's a good price. So congratulations, Roberta. Again, really quick, we're going to ask you please to email Jana. So Roberta, if you will email Jana, Janna at graceframe.com to redeem that. We're really excited about that. And there we go. It's up on our screen.
Oh, it is
Some great software. So
I was right the first time.
yeah. Oh, there you go. Three.
Yep.
Whoop, whoop. All right. Do we do one more set? Should we do one more question set? Let's do one more. I see everybody behind the scenes going like, let's do it. Let's give away more stuff. Wonderful. So what's another question that we have for everybody?
So the other question we have, turn that around.
Oh, hey. What is the name of our electric sharpener?
Yes.
There you go. We briefly mentioned it just a minute ago. We do have a manual sharpener and we have an electric. We actually find that both of them sell very, very well. The electric takes out all of the physical work of you moving your cutter back and forth in the cutter. And there we go. We got a lot of them coming through here. We're going to go ahead and let's just pull this one out right here.
Mark, who's the winner? The winner is Regina.
Congratulations.
Regina Moore, True Cut 2.
Nice job.
Yes. All right. Are we ready?
Oh, actually, it's not True Cut, right, though? That's mine. We're going to give her a spin, but that's actually not the name.
Oh, it's true.
My bad. But let's do, I owe Regina a free drop on the Plinko. So let's do a drop for her.
Free drop. We see that word true that come up, and it's part of the name, and that true is what threw us off. So here you go, Regina. We'll do it.
It is the True Sharp. Go ahead.
We're having some
so
and it is the True Sharp.
You get the True Sharp. So awesome.
Great. With that, again,
Congratulations.
Congratulations with that. Again, remember to email Janna, Janna at graceframe.com to claim that one there for us. All right, let's go ahead and choose another here. And let's get this one right for myself. True Sharp 2. Here we go. There we go.
Ready?
Charlene. Woo! Give a Plinko drop for her.
Oh, my comfort cutter. Congratulations.
Mark, tell us a little bit about that. Why is that such a great win?
It is the best ergonomic cutter on the market.
It is.
Designed to really eliminate your cutting hand with all the pressure or the pain.
Stress on the neck and the shoulders. And it's wonderful.
Yep. And it has, so you're getting this, which is great. You could use it with any ruler you already own, but it does come with a feature set that's really unique to us, which is a guide on this cutter. So even though you won this, look at our rulers, because it goes hand in hand with our rulers with the guide and the ruler track to keep you cutting straight. So good win, fantastic prize, and yeah, look at our rulers. Yeah.
All right, here's our last winner. We'll do this for Terry. Congratulations, Terry.
Nice job.
All right, drop it down.
The Finesse thread. The solid, the 4-pack of the solid.
Solids. And what if we up the ante on that one again?
Awesome.
Do it.
To the
All right, we'll do the 8-pack. So the 8-pack goes to Terry. With that, again, just a reminder, if we can, you both, the last winners here, email Janna, Janna at graceframe.com. If you haven't written this down, maybe jot this down, because we're doing several different times of giveaways for those who are viewing and visiting with us. So there you go. So we're excited about what that is. All right. Here we are. So Mark and Karla, I know we're going to get ready here to get into part of your next piece that you have. What are some of the other thoughts that you would like to share with our viewers today about what do you think the impact can be on them if they were to participate with the Spring Fling? Like, what are some of the other classes? What do you think some of the other things are going to learn? Why would it be important for them to kind of come back and visit with us here again tomorrow and visit with us next week when they have a chance?
Well, just to meet all these wonderful people that have taken time to put together so many interesting ideas and thoughts, and to share their love of quilting with each of us. I'm looking forward to it. I've learned so much from so many of these fabulous quilters out there and these teachers that I just enjoy the learning process myself. So I am looking forward to that. And also reviewing the quilts. Oh my gosh, I'm really excited about seeing more about the quilts and that each of you have submitted, and reading a little bit more of the stories. And yeah, I love Primitive Quilts magazine. So I'm really looking for it. That's one of my favorite magazines. Some of you probably already know that, but I'm looking forward to that. And then, oh God, Sarah, she's so talented, and she's got her own line of fabrics. So I could go on and on. I'll shut up, Mark. What are you looking for?
You don't need to be quiet. Yeah, and also, Karla, some of the things that we'll be going over with, we got the wonderful presenters, but then also our product too. So maybe the do's and don'ts, and maybe tricks that you didn't really realize, or just going over some of our product that we have, and then the knowledge that you will gain from it, from what you didn't know to what you do now know, and to obviously more giveaways to be part of it. We're going to be doing this throughout the entire event, so there's a lot of giveaways. But overall, the experience of talking about our product, going over the knowledge, understanding more of your hobby that you didn't know you even had within yourself, by when we talk about, like tracing patterns or doing ruler work. Some of this stuff, we'd always talk about free motion and laser work. A lot of people are like, oh, I can't do laser, or I can't do free motion. So hopefully what we go over allows you to open up and be more comfortable within your hobby to do more free motion quilting, or laser work, or ruler work, or even our automation. And so hopefully what we can present would broaden your horizon of your hobby.
Right. Try new things. See what you love and how you like to quilt, and then come up with your own way of doing it.
That's right.
That's really fun.
And plus, you get to see us. So stay all the way, because you get to look at us.
Stay
and
tuned
then,
for
and
Mr.
Nathan.
Clean.
Yeah,
I know you liked him yesterday.
That's right, Mr. Clean. So, all right.
All right. With that, let me come in and add a couple last things. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to Karla and Mark, and I'm hearing the enthusiasm. I feel the same way. So I'm glad to know there's the learning, there's the education, there's the connections with others. Some of that happens in the comments. I see a lot of people helping or bringing and building some relationships, which is really fun. And then Mark, I'm thinking of you, and I'm thinking of Mark deals with all of our customer service and our relations team. Karla's in charge of all the education, which we have a lot of things happening with that, which we're super excited. And I'm thinking, like, wait a minute, we also should tell people what are some of the other things we're giving away. And I'm going to kind of give a quick list of what that is. And then I also thought, before we move into Karla's segment here, why is it a good time also to save? Like, what does the Spring Fling mean from you, on top of the education, the relationships, and the learning? Hey, well, there's also some great discounts. So I thought we'll come to that here in just a minute. But really quick, some of the things we're going to be giving away today specifically, we have another Cutie frame. Now, we did one yesterday, and we also did the pre-registration giveaway, which is a 15 Pro on a selection of 1 to 3 frames. So they actually were given a system with the 15, which is wonderful. We did give away Cutie. We did a brief presentation yesterday on that Cutie. We have a little bit more planned for tomorrow on that one, but this is a tabletop frame. So maybe Mark and Karla, just quickly tell us, why would somebody be interested in winning that Cutie tabletop? Because I think it's a pretty fun product for us to have.
Oh, well, there's so many reasons why. So we'll try to narrow them down to just a few.
That's right. For me, travel. Travel, because it's portable. You can take it places. But most of all, you can see it right there on the screen. It is small, but the size of quilt can be large.
It doesn't limit you to the size. Yeah, so it really allows you to do what you continue to love to do. And like Mark said, you could travel with it. You could put it in your RV. You could put it on your tabletop. When you have guests coming over, you can put it away, and you can take it down just really quick and very easy. So, and it allows you to use your home machine and then upgrade to a longer arm machine later on when you're ready. So, lots of reasons.
Yes, that's just a few. That's
just a few come into that, right? Well, wonderful. We're also going to be giving away a 5-foot luminaire, or what we call our 5-foot light bar. It's a light station, which is really fun. That's a great one to be giving away. It can work over your cutting tables. It's height adjustable. It can work over your sewing area, which is really a fun one to be giving away. We're also giving away several True Cut items. One of those key items is going to be what we call our Quilters Combo too, and it comes with the Quilters Combo, which is our most sought after ruler, the 6.5 by 24.5, our ergonomic cutter, the My Comfort Cutter 45mm, and some True Grips to keep that ruler from sliding around. And then we're also including the electric sharpener. And then along with that, we're also doing all the other live giveaways. So we're excited about all those that we're doing. And then right now, the other thing I really quickly wanted to bring to everybody here is a little bit here dealing with the different cells that we have. So let me bring up this screen so everybody can kind of see this. So here's a list, and you can get to this in your registered page, but this does show you a little bit more. This is the price on that Cutie frame. So those of you that are interested in looking for a tool that makes quilting easier and starting with your domestic, this is a great place to start off with it. We have accessory packs that are going to go with all of the machines. And again, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but this is something that you have access to so that you can know. And then all of the machines are on sale. So from the 21 Pro, this one is showing it on our Continuum 2 frame. We also have a 21 that we have a standard. You kind of see some of those prices as we roll through this. We have the 19-inch machine. It's also on sale. This is a great mix between someone who's, if you're getting started and you have a little bit of a different budget, a little bit larger, you can move into something like this, and it's a mix where you don't have to feel you have the big commercial style machine, and it really, really looks beautiful. It feels like it fits in your room, and it does have 19 inches of stroke with that. We also have our 15 line, which is we're excited. This has been really our most popular selling machine is the 15R and the 15 Pro. And I'm just going to point this out. I love this. Even if you're not quite sure, you can get into a non-stitch regulated machine for $31.99, and then you can add your frame, so you can have your selection of frame. So I just wanted to quickly show everybody that part of it as well before we get going. And I think we're really ready for our next section, which is Karla, and I think we're gonna be having Karla walk through a few things. Maybe Karla, if you can kind of give us a brief introduction on what you're gonna be sharing with us here in this next segment. And then I can maybe do a couple things, because I know we probably need to move that Plinko board and some others, but maybe give us an introduction, and then I'll share a couple other things with our audience.
All right, so this next section is kind of the two combined. I mean, I'm going to talk a little bit about fashion. I've come up with a little strip bag to show you. I'm really excited. It's really quick, very easy, and it's something that you can use up your scraps. And so I'm really excited about that, and that's kind of going to jump into the fashion. But I'm just also going to give you some tips and techniques every time I teach. I try to give you a few tips and techniques as I'm working my way through it. So we'll jump into that, and we'll let Nathan do some talking, and we'll get rid of the Plinko board, and then I'll head out to the frame and the machine and show you what I've done. So.
Everybody's like, hey, I can't hear you. So no, I'm pretty excited to be back with you, but we're just going to do a quick moving on a couple of those. Thanks, quilters, for being with us. Maybe I can just ask everybody who's with me. I'm going to kind of look at the comments for just a second. If you have questions, I did want to tell you and give you a couple options on how you can get them answered. We're going to try to get to them while we're looking at this, but really one of the easiest ways to do so, let me put this on the screen, is go ahead and write this number down that you can kind of see right here. This is 1-800-264-0644. This is our general 800 number, and if you call, we are Mountain Standard Time from 8 to 5. So during this entire event, even after this event for an additional hour, we will be live tomorrow, and we're going to be taking a lot of questions via this process tomorrow as well. But know that I also put in here, if you can see, there we go, chat. So you can also chat with us when you log on to graceframe.com, and that's an immediate piece. So we have several of Mark's account executives prepped and prepared to be able to have conversations. And just to kind of let you know how we operate, we're not in quilting because, you know, it's about the sell of a next machine. It's not. I mean, you know, we develop these tools, and why we develop them, you know, our history started back 35 years ago with hand quilting, and along that path, we started moving into machine frames. And I like to say that Grace Company has consumerized professional goods. And what we have found is that customers like you, as quilters, there are challenges, and you're looking for solutions. And all of our products have been created kind of out of a necessity for us to provide the right solutions for customers. And so when you call Mark's team, really, we just are here as an ear. and we'd like to ask you questions like, what is it that you're looking to do? What are some of your challenges? And if you've considered some of these products, we're really trying to find what works best. What is your space? How much space do you have? What is your budget? What are you wanting to do now? What are you looking to do later? And so even if you're just thinking like, I'm not quite sure, I've been interested, but I wasn't quite sure what a first step might be, just reach out. Our group really does a great job at helping you try to decide where you probably could begin or what might be a best place. And so it's a great chance for us to connect with you as well. And so I just want to encourage you to reach out again. You can call 1-800-264-0644, or again, we have live chat. So get on there, we'll pick up the chat, we can answer some questions, and we're excited about that availability for you. Well, one last time before I kind of move back here to Karla, is in the chats that we have here today, you're not going to get a chat that would be anything other than from Grace Frame. And I just say that in case somebody comes in and jumps in here and starts asking you to go off site. That's not the case. We have been fortunate not to have that, but just as a rule of thumb to know that the only thing that here is Grace Company with the Spring Fling, everything pertains to our two key brands and our products, which is the Grace Frame, and we do True Cut, which are the cutting supplies. And those links that we would provide will be specifically to our site only. Again, I would encourage you to reach out to look at your dealers and find local dealers and to see what they have. But regarding questions or anything else we'll do, we're going to be sticking specifically to what we have to help you so that somebody else probably doesn't lead you astray. But again, that's more from a security standpoint with comments on there. And then we have our team online helping to respond to those. So with that, we're excited. We're going to move back to Karla and bring her up. If we're good here, here we are with Karla, and I'm going to step out for a minute, Karla, while you take us forward. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for joining me. I'm really excited about this. I was thinking about it long and hard and trying to come up with a way to use scraps, because you know I love strip quilting. That's kind of my thing. And I love finding new inventive ways to use strip and the quilting, because I have so many scraps at home. And so anyway, I came up with this bag after doing a lot of research, and I just want to show you how cute it is. So look how fun that is. And actually what it is it's made of squares and sewing them together. Yeah. So anyway, let me just quickly show you how it goes together. Okay. So I just sewed up 3 different squares, and I quilted them, and I took scraps at home and I pieced them together, and I pieced them in one big square like this, and I strip quilted them across, and I'll take you to the sewing machine and show it to you. And then what I had fun doing is just moving across the top and doing some free motion quilting across it to embellish it. And I used these 2 right here. I made these using different blocks. And this one right here in the front, I used just strips going across just to give it a little different look and a little different element, so it doesn't look so matchy-matchy. And what I had fun doing was pulling the different colors, and you can tell that that they might all not look good together, but when it's a scrap quilt, it looks great together. So that was what was really fun. Is I love the process of picking out the strips, and you might have a big bag like I do of going through your strips and pulling them and putting them in separate piles, and your blues here, your reds here, and your pinks, and then start pulling from them and showing them. And this one was a boo-boo right here. This one was actually wrong side out, but you would never know that I sewed that incorrectly. So let me show you what it's supposed to look like right here. This is what it actually looks like when it's sewn not on the right side. But if I hadn't shown you, you would never have known that I screwed up on that one and put it on the wrong direction. But I left it because this is such a forgiving pattern and design that your mistakes, hey, you're just having fun. And my lines aren't exactly straight or anything like that. And that's what gives it the character. So if you want a fun, easy project to learn to get to know your sewing machine and your frame and how they work, the strip quilting is the way to go. It just allows you to learn the buttons. It allows you to learn how the channel locks work or how to move the machine across the frame. And it helps to give you, helps to let you understand the steadiness and what it feels like as you're moving across. And so, and it helps you recognize tension and problems like that. So, it is very forgiving. So let me run over here and let me show you what I'm doing. And then I'm going to come back and cut them out and show you that. So as I was cutting, I cut out the strips and I didn't cut them all the same size. So I cut out 2.5-inch strips. I cut out 3.5-inch strips or 2 1/4. So cut them out different sizes because it gives it a more interesting look as you're placing them down and moving across the quilt. And you would think, oh, wow, that's such a busy design right here. Why would you want to put that in there? I just like it. It makes it a little quirky. And you can see right here that with all these little busy designs, it actually works. And actually this piece right here was a piece that I used in this one. So it worked out. So I was able to use extra scraps for two quilt. So let me move over here. And I'm going to come over here to the frame. Okay, so with my batting, I cut out a 20 by 20 inch square. And I cut out, sorry, I don't know which camera I'm supposed to be looking at. Okay, so camera 1, I'll hide there. Okay, so I cut out a 20 by 20 inch batting square, and it can be a little uneven, but try to make it as square as possible. And as I was quilting on this purse here, I didn't put them on point, and I think it's a better look. So however you want to lay it on your backing, lay it on there, but I'm using the on point method, and that means that the tip of my diamond is on point. So it's facing straight up, and I'm sewing my strips across. And if I was just using a square like this, I would just have it facing this direction and then sew them across this way. So that's why I chose the on point method, because I just kind of wanted to show you the different ways that you can sew the strips on your square. So I cut it out, I brought it over, and I just have a thin piece of backing. And then I started, when it's on point, you start in the center of it, and you'll put a piece across, and then you'll just lay it down like this. And then what you'll do is you'll have one piece going like this. You want to lay it right side up so that your right side's showing, okay? So then the right side of the fabric is the fabric with the side of the fabric where the print side is showing. And then you'll want to lay your other piece on top of it, wrong side. So wrong sides together. And then you're just going to sew across, and then you're going to open it up like that. And that's how you'll do that center. So that's how I started. So that's how I started that piece. And now I'm just going to continue up it and finish sewing it. And you know how strip quilting is. It's just fun and easy, and it allows you to just... And so I want to put this as close to the edge because I want to have some scraps left over for another project. So I'm going to put it as close to the edge as possible. I'm going to bring my machine over to the edge right here, and I'm going to... You can see that I'm sewing the top side of it, so I'm going to move right along the top side and sew it down. And I'm going to kind of use my foot as my gauge. And you could use your channel locks if you wanted to, but on this one, you don't necessarily have to. I know on my strip quilt that's behind Nathan, that's what I used, is I used the channel locks. And I'm just going to move across using my foot as my guide. You can see I'm not exactly straight, but it's very forgiving. And that's all there is to it, to strip quilting. I'm just going to finish this up, and then I'm going to go back over to the table and show you how I cut out the squares. So see, there's one strip done. I just have a few more to go, and I laid out my strips right here. So I'm going to use, let's use this polka dot one because it's wide enough. And you can tell that and even the selvage on the edge, I don't mind that. If it shows up in the quilt, it's a scrappy quilt. I don't mind the selvages because I think they add another element of quirkiness and personality. But if you don't like it, you make sure that you cut off the selvages. That's fine. And you know what? I'm not even going to pull up my thread because I just want to keep going. And I'm just going to keep going across it, and you'll see how fun it is. So see how the polka dot just added that extra little pop. Now let's put this, because it's a long, well, no, let's put this blue. That's a long enough piece. And you can see that even some of these strips aren't exactly straight, but that's okay. I like to take my hand and kind of hold it down like this. So this is a technique that I want to show you as you're moving across the top, tacking your sides of your quilt down on the edges. If you'll move your hand either on this side and kind of pull it down over the arm, it kind of gives it that extra little tension that you need to get leaning any wrinkles out. So you could go this side or this side, doesn't matter. Just keep your hand away from the needle. That's all I care about. But you can see it just going across, and as I pull it down, it kind of gives me that extra little tension, and it'll keep all those little wrinkles out, so you're not going to get a little wrinkle in it. So that's one of those little tips that I use all the time. Sometimes I'll use 2 fingers and pull it down in between them, and you can see that it just makes it nice and smooth for you as you're quilting along. So almost done here. And then we'll go over and I'll show you the rest. So this one's wide enough, so I'm going to put my little wild child on here. And there again, I'm holding it down so I get that tension that I need as I'm moving across my And if you're really anal about how it sews on, just make sure that you're cutting it even and make sure that you get it the way you like it, because this is your quilt. And then we'll just make sure that you're putting it, now we're putting it wrong sides together, but on that first one, as you start out, you'll want the right side up on the one, and then I'm just going to move across again. And the more you do it, the more steady the machine will start to feel. Another tip I want to give you is if you feel like the machine is just moving so free and you get a lot of wobbles in your quilt, if you have problems with that, take this take-up pole. This is a take-up pole that takes up all your layers of fabric. And if you're finding that you need a little bit more tension on your pole, then what you can do is have this pole lay right on the arm of the machine. So that'll give you that extra little friction and make it so it's not as easy to make those wobbles. And it's one of those little tips that it's just kind of easy. It works for somebody who is especially a beginning quilter and doesn't have the control that they really want. Just lay this down and it'll give you that extra little tension. So we're gonna keep going here, and I think this one might be wide enough, and add a little extra color here. So I'm gonna put this one right here. But this is what makes this so much fun, is that you get to pick and choose and have fun with your fabrics. And even if you don't think that the colors work, hey, they probably will. And you can see I'm not totally straight, but I'm not going to worry about it because nobody's ever going to know. The quilting police are not here today. I am going to end up with this one right here. I think this is large enough that it's going to reach the tip. Not quite sure. Yeah, we're pretty close. So I'm just going to cut this one off here, and then I'm going to take this off. And I just want to talk about the quilt clips as well, okay? So while I'm giving you tips and techniques as I'm quilting here, let's talk about quilt clips and the different sizes. Because so your quilt can start out on this pole right here. This is the backing pole, and it will have the backing and the batting and the top laid over it. And this is our Q-Zone Queen frame here, and it is a floating frame. So you're going to float your backing and not your backing, your batting and your top. And so when you're starting out and using the quilt clips, it's nice to have the different sizes for as you're rolling your quilt. So they'll give you that nice even tension that you need. So I've started out, because I only have a small layer, with the quilt clips that come with the Q-Zone Queen frame, and it's the white clips. But if I had the batting rolled on this and my top and my backing, then I would need a larger size, and I probably use the 1.5 inch quilt clips. And then for the larger size frames that have the wider poles, because this has a smaller pole, I would use the 2 inch quilt clips as well, because they really do come in handy and they really help with that tension that you need. So let me just undo this, and let me take it back over, and let's cut it out, and let me show you how I cut it. So I'm just going to quickly cut it off right here and take it over to the frame and show you how let me cut these two off right here, right here. All right, let's go over to our mat, and I'm going to turn it over. I just lay this right here. And I need plenty of room here. So I'm going to move everything out of my way so that I can cut. All right, so I'm just going to turn it over, okay, right here. And I'm just going to quickly take my scissors and cut along the edges. And I could use my ruler and everything, but I think it's just easier right here. And you can see my lines aren't exactly straight, but I'm not worried about that. This is such a forgiving design. And if you want the pattern, I will have you email me, because I will have it ready for you, but it won't be ready until after the Spring Fling, because Karla was extremely busy this Spring Fling. But I will have it available. But it really is something that you could do even without a pattern, because all it is, like I said, are strips. But if you feel you want to know the sizes that I used and pictures of it, so that you know for sure, I'll have this pattern available for you, and you just email me, and my email is Karla with a K @graceframe.com. And I'd love to hear from you anyway. So despite that, you can tell me I sound like a young girl. It comes in handy when you're trying to get away from a solicitor. Just tell them my mommy's not home. So anyway, so see how cute and fun? So there's my quilt. So now I get to square it up, okay? So I'm just going to fold it over like this, and I'm going to use my 45-degree angle on my mat. And you know, we don't get to use that 45-degree very often, so this is kind of fun. So I'm going to line up my folded bottom on a line across my mat right here, and I'm going to take my ruler and I'm going to find my 45-degree, and my 45-degree is right here, the center line right here. And that's the line that I'm going to use to cut. And I'm just going to take it and I'm going to bring it down so that I don't have it all the way down, so I can see my 45 at this end and across the top at this end. And I'm just going to even it up and cut. And you can see that I have my guide on this, which is fine. There you go. Oh, I almost did it. There we go. So there's one angle cut, okay? So now I'm just going to turn it over and cut my other angle. And I'm just going to turn it like this and use that same 45-degree because I have a hard time cutting the other direction. So that's what I'm going to do, and I'm just going to kind of angle it off. And that's why that tip, it comes in handy, but then I'm just going to raise it up so that I can see both ends. I'm going to align my ruler, and then I'm going to cut. Almost. There was a lot of layers. There we go. So now I have my square. Okay, so now let's quickly talk about it because I'm running out of time here. Okay, so let's talk about how we sew this together. Okay, so what you're going to do is wrong sides together, okay? So you're going to have it on the inside here, all right? And you're going to sew the two, like I have, squares, and you're going to just sew down from one corner to this point and then back up. And that's going to give you one side of it, okay? Then what you're going to do is you're going to take your next one that you want to use, and you're going to do the same thing. So you're going to match up your points here, and you're going to sew from one corner to the next, okay? And you're going to sew that one to that one, and that will give you your bag. You're going to pull them right sides out. And you'll notice that the corners, the bottom corners, just naturally pull in. And then you're going to take your lining, whatever your lining, if you want to, whatever color you want, and you're just going to sew it on with the wrong sides out. And then you're going to leave a little gap so that you can pull it through. And then you'll have your quilt. And I just put some little buttons in here. Some little magnetic buttons right here to close it off. And then for the handle, you can go hog wild and do whatever you want with your handle. You can use a strap that you can purchase with little hooks on each side. I just found some cording and I put a little wrap around it. You know, it's been a long time since I've done anything like this. And so I just kind of had fun playing around with it and making my own. And then I just sewed down the sides and across, and then I whip stitched it to the handle right here so it's nice and sturdy. So it's kind of a raggy looking handle here, but I could have used a strap with some hooks right here and right here as well. So I could have matched the hooks up right here on this corner and this corner, and then attached the little straps to it. So you can make this your own. And another thing you could do is actually make one more square, make 4 squares, and fill in this area with one and make it so it's straight across the top. There are so many variations, just like with strip quilting, that you can use to make this your own. And so go and try it out. And like I said, I will have the instructions done so that you can work on your own, but really, it'll take you no time at all. I did this one last night. This one took another, few hours to make. But once you have your scraps all cut, which I know you do, you can just have fun and create. And it's beyond your imagination. So go for it. Have fun.
Wonderful, Karla. I'm going to have you hang out for a minute and see if there's a couple questions, but okay. I just want to say thank you so much. That was so awesome. Karla probably goes like, yeah, I hear this from Nathan too often, but it's just so true. I just love Karla's mind gets working. And in fact, there's like a couple challenges. She's like, oh, I'm going to have to try to come up with a new solution because I had this idea. And I'm like, good luck. And then, you know, a weekend goes by and she probably spends every hour of the weekend, all night into the early morning and early mornings. And she goes like, I have this great solution. So it's really fun, Karla, to have you share with us some of these great ideas. I did see a lot of these comments and I think the answer would be, yeah, they were like, oh, this would be a great way to do like a scrappy quilt or a baby quilt. And you would say,
yeah,
heck yeah. Yeah. In fact, that's one thing she'll be taking part of this process and later on as her baby bubbles quilt, she's going to show you another way to add to and kind of change this a little bit, elaborate on this whole concept and this idea. So Karla, that's been really, really fantastic. We're getting a lot of people just saying, thanks, wonderful, great tips, great ideas, again, great tips. And again, a lot of people are like, well, how do we get back to watch this again? Maybe I'll just put that out there for everyone as a whole. Feel free to log back into your dashboard. We're going to continue to post and keep these, we'll repost them later so that you have access to this content so you can come back to it at times that are most convenient for you. So with that, again, it's been really fun. Let's get down to the bottom here. We just have more people saying, thank you, Karla, such a great idea. I love it. Cute bag. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's coming up. Can't wait to do the scrappy quilt with this idea. Great way to use them. Cute bag, very cute. So thank you everybody for their comments on this. I think we're going to be good with that, Karla, and I think we're ready to move in to what we're going to be doing with part of our True Cut process. So I'm excited to have Mark. He spent some time looking at the cutting tools from Grace Company, and we call that line the True Cut line. And well, why does Grace Company have cutting tools? One of the biggest things our owner challenged us with back when we started this several years ago, he says, Nathan, we need to come up with solutions that are solving some of the biggest challenges that customers are having with cutting. And again, I'm going to maybe ask you to join on this comment. On a scale of 1 to 10, and I'm curious to see what your number is, how excited are you about quilting? Are you a 1? About cutting. So about cutting. I love cutting. That's a 10. I can't wait to get to cutting. A 1 is, man, if I could avoid anything I do to avoid cutting my fabric out would be ideal. And you might be the person who goes out there and buys the pre-cuts. But I'm curious to see 1 through 10. I'm curious to see everybody who's here. Are you the 1? Like I'm not wanting to cut. I get 5, 7, 8. Lori, it looks like you're okay with doing some of that cutting. Some 7s, fines. Others get excited. Looks like we even had a 9 in part of what that was. Some 2s, 1s. We know that's the case. So if you're with us and you use any cutting tool to prep any of your fabrics, I'm excited to see and have you watch what Mark's brought to us as we're going to move into this. So let's go ahead and bring Mark's presentation on our master cutting collection and be prepared to be wowed.
Thank you. That was great. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Martin, and I am really excited to be here during the spring fling that we have going on. Particularly, I'm excited to show you our True Cut product line. It's been around for around 11 years, and it's really a great product for some of the issues that we run into as we cut. And I'm going to ask everybody who's watching, when we cut our fabric and getting ready to piece our wonderful quilt, what are some of the roadblocks, not really roadblocks, but issues that we run into as we cut? Coming to my top of my head is veering away from the ruler's edge, going up and over the top of the ruler, maybe veering away from the ruler's edge as well. So all these things that come into play, And show of hands, as I talked about that, how many of you had that happen to you? I want to say probably almost everybody has, right? But here what I'm going to show is our Master Cutting Collection. And it's a wonderful collection of TrueCut products that will help you as you cut, make it easier, safer, and more accurate. And that's the bottom line. We want to make sure as you use the tools, the right tools, that you're cutting with ease and you're being more accurate. So I'm going to go over some of these products. We have several in this Master Cutting Collection, and it's going to be on sale during the Spring Fling, so make sure you get the special cost. But in this cutting collection, we have our comfort cutter. Now our comfort cutter is the best ergonomic cutter on the market. And I'm not just saying that to be funny. I know there's others out there that say they're ergonomic, but I truly want you to look and see what I'm going to do with this one. And I'm going to have you really in your mind go through like, wow, that does look like ergonomic, you know, with the wrist being straight, your fingers, etc. So in this Master Cutting Collection, we have our comfort cutter. Now, the shape of it, as you can see, is one that we designed to make sure that the cutting force is above the blade, transferring down to the blade as we cut. As we do straight cutters or other ergonomic cutters out there, we tend to either move our wrist forward or we do something like this to get white knuckles. These are probably two common ones. Or we kind of lift up so our shoulder is above as we cut to get that pressure down. I'm going to go over some of these wonderful techniques that will eliminate the white fingers, the bending the wrist, you know, getting above the cutter, and you're going to see all that can be resolved with our comfort cutter. Now, there's not a wrong way to hold this, but we do have a recommend way. I'm going to grab this fabric here. And as we go to cut, I'll talk about our rulers here in a minute, but I'm going to focus on our comfort cutter. Now, as we go, like I'd mentioned, to apply the pressure, we tend to do this. And it's funny because even when I'm at an event and I allow someone to use this, first thing when I pick it up is they do something like this, because that's what they're used to, is getting the white knuckle, because that's the pressure. Now, as we go to cut, right here on the side, I'm going to see if I can get a close up here so I can show the mechanism on the blade. So as we go to, maybe you can see it, but on the back side, right here where my finger is, there's a lever that we pull down and it shows the blade. And that's the safety of it. So TrueCut is very safe. We want to make sure you keep all 10 digits as we cut. All right, so now as we go to cut, the way that I love to hold and what most people like to do is holding it where your finger's up top. And I'm going to go ahead and get this showing it here. And I'm going to get into probably another up close here real quick as I'm holding it. So as you can see, my finger goes over the top and we have enough plastic here to really make sure that your fingers are safe. So I'm over the top, and what that allows is the palm of my hand be right above the blade as I'm going to cut. So I'm not using my fingers. My fingers as I hold it this way is supporting the cutter, so it doesn't fall out of your hand. So underneath, I'm not squeezing it as well. And on the side, my thumb is just resting to the side of the cutter. So from the very beginning, as I hold it this way, my fingers are supporting the cutter, keeps my wrist straight. I'm not bending my wrist or getting white knuckles or squeezing the cutter. And that to me is why I believe it is the best ergonomic cutter out there. So let's go ahead and do just a couple of strips of cutting here. So as I go to cut, now I am higher than the table. So if you were sitting down, you'll notice that my wrist is nice and straight. And as I'm rolling it right along, it's almost like a pizza cutter, as an example. I'm rolling it, and I'm not bending my wrist to cut, and I'm not getting the white knuckles. So I'm using my comfort cutter to roll and to make these cuts nice. And that, again, that's me bending down, and you can see that I'm keeping my wrist straight as I'm making those cuts. Now, as I stand up, I'm still performing that same way. And to kind of really show how really effortlessly it is to cut, multiple layers is pretty simple. using the comfort cutter as we're not really diving in. So some of the questions, again, I go back to you is, what are some of the issues that you're running into that's really stopping you from doing what you love, from cutting standpoint, whether it's the rulers, the rotary cutter that you already have, maybe mats, just basically the right tools needed. So with the comfort cutter, again, I'm making those cuts, keep it nice and straight. And this comfort cutter can be used on any ruler you already own. And we all know as cutters, you can never have enough rulers. So as I talk about our rulers, you're going to add to your collection. And the comfort cutter can be used with the rulers you already have. And you may own one that you're really familiar with. What's nice is this, again, can be used. Now, this also brings another dimension to cutting, which is being accurate. We talk about the ergonomics, keeping nice and straight, and you don't have to get above the cutter. Now let's talk about being accurate in your cutting. One of the things, obviously, that we use is a ruler and a rotary cutter. And by using both, we tend, as we go to the longer cuts, we tend to veer away from the ruler's edge. Or we go up and over the ruler. Because we want to keep that blade nice and tight against the ruler, we tend to maybe go on top. And our ruler can also shift. So we come across these as we cut. And again, as we have elements in our hand, like arthritis, carpal tunnel, ligaments taken out, these can prevent you from doing what you love. And I promise you, as I go over these items, if you already own it and you love it, fantastic. If you're thinking about moving away or trying to upgrade your cutter because of these elements I've talked about, go with our ergonomic comfort cutter. It's the best. Now, accompanied with our ruler, talked about these elements, we designed a track in our rulers, what we call it. It's a taller edge. And I'm going to get up close on this. Now, with the taller edge, right here on the side, this little lip here, the cutter itself is going to interlock with that. So I'm going to bring my cutter over and I'm going to show you. On my cutter, I have this black plastic guide is what we call this. And this interlocks with the ruler. And what that does is keep the blade right against a ruler's edge no matter what. So I don't need to press up against it to make sure I'm straight. Right now, as I interlock the guide, it is staying nice and tight against my ruler's edge. So when I go to make my cuts, it's going to be very simple, very nice, and again, accurate. And again, True Cut is, we're all about easier, safer, and being more accurate as we cut. So let's demonstrate some of the cutting. I'm going to grab another fabric here. Now, as we cut, we line it up. As we want to make a 4-inch cut, we want to make sure we line it either on the mat or with the ruler. Now, as I go and make my cut, again, my blade is against the ruler's edge. And I'm going to show you, as I do this, you notice that the ruler isn't sliding to the left like you would if I were to put the blade up against it. It's going to slide, which then we have to put our hand on there to keep it from moving. And some people even put their whole arm. I've even had people talk about their knee as they're cutting on the ground. So this process, you can see that the ruler is staying nice and put. Now I'm going to go ahead and make that cut again, and let's line that back up. And as I cut, just so everybody knows, I'm not truly trying to line things up. What I want to show you is how easy it is to get straight cuts. Where you line your own fabric up, that's what you want. At this demonstration, I'm just going to put the fabric down and I'm just going to do some cuts here so you can see how simple it is. So I'm going to go ahead and line that up. Now as I press down, my hand, I'm going to keep just off to the side so I don't, that's what we're used to, is off to the side and not close to the edge of the ruler. So as I'm going to go up and make my cut, I'm going to get a straight cut every time. And you notice my ruler didn't slide. And I'm going to even do a little extreme as I'm talking about the two, is I'm going to put the fabric closer to the top. And we all know if I cut to the top and I keep my hand down at the bottom, my ruler is going to want to shift to the one side. And we've all had that happen, which is why we either walk up our ruler or we put our whole arm on there to make sure it stays straight. But not with the Master Cutting Collection, particularly not with our comfort cutter, with our guide, and all of our rulers. So as I go ahead and I can interlock that again, I'm going to simply hold down here. I'm going to go all the way up and make that cut without that ruler sliding. Because of the guide resting on the ruler, it presses down itself. So you have your hands holding it plus the guide on top of it. So you're really no slip. You don't have to worry about veering away because fabric can be expensive. So we are now being very accurate in our cutting. And it's very, very fun, and it's very easy as we put two together. Again, you can use this with your own ruler, or all of our rulers come with this track on the sides here. This also does another thing, is safety. Maybe you already have a cutter that you want to use. That press right up against this edge here to make sure that you're not jumping over the track. But as we focus on this entire Master Cutting Collection, you're going to get several items at a great price. That includes most of our rulers, our mat, which we'll go over, and again, the comfort cutter. So cutting, I mean, I could do this all day as you're cutting. Because I'm not hurting my hand or my wrist, I can cut over and over, and I'm getting those nice straight cuts every time, which is fantastic. So for you out there who are doing a lot of cutting and you are realizing that maybe your hand isn't functioning as well, what a great combo package here to give you all the right tools to go forward. All right, this combo together is perfect. Now, as I'd mentioned, we have several rulers in this Master Cutting Collection, and we also have True Grips. True Grips, for those who maybe have owned True Grips and that's all they've owned in the True Cut line, it's pretty funny because as we go, customers always say, oh, I have those, and not realizing we have an entire setup. Everybody owns the True Grips. And what these are rubber rings. So these circles go on the back of any ruler. They are 30 in a pack, so you get 15 large and 15 small. And what you do is, I'm going to just take one off here. So this goes on the back of any ruler again, and these are clear adhesive rings. They will not take the view away from what you're trying to measure, and it will not raise your ruler up. So these rings go on the back of the ruler. So we already have several on the back of this 3x18 ruler, and that keeps the ruler from wanting to slide. So even though we are pressing down with the cutter, you also have the ruler from not sliding. I'm going to show you. So this one doesn't have it, and you can see it can slide. This one has it, and it keeps it nice and strong, right in place again, so you're being more accurate. All right, I'm going to take this to the side here. Now, with the cutter, you could also make it to where you can take this large guide off and use it without. Sometimes if you're using or you're doing very small cutting, this can get in the way if you're trying to cut without a ruler. So this comes also with another small piece, and this could go on it, and then this is where you can cut the smaller pieces, so that's great. Now outside of that, our rulers. Our rulers are very strong, and I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask how many of you guys can do this with the ruler you own without snapping it. Okay? We inject all of our rulers, makes them very sturdy, very strong, even with all these holes. Now let's talk about these holes. These holes are great for marking and for lining up your fabric. So as you're looking down, obviously if you want to line up, or if you know you're going to cut maybe 2 inches after you cut your first 2 inches, you can go ahead and pre-mark those and make those cuts. Very simple. Or like I said, you could hold it through. You could put your fingers through the holes and hold your ruler down that way. And that's on our 6.5 by 24.5 ruler. In the Master Cutting Collection, let's go over what's in it, because I'm sure you guys are all dying to know what's in this Master Cutting Collection. Well, we have our comfort cutter. We have several of these True Grip packages. Now, with our rulers, we have a 3x18 ruler that comes in this. We have a 6.5 by 24.5, a 6.5 by 12.5. We have all of our square rulers, which go from 12.5 square, 9.5 square, and 6.5 square. And we also have our fun triangle set rulers, from our kite ruler to our 60-degree angle and our 90-degree angle. So for those smaller pieces you're looking to do, these rulers are fantastic for them. And they all have the track on each of our rulers. Particularly on the square ones, there is a out process. So if you're cutting straight through, it does allow you to go straight through those rulers. So that is nice. So as I'm talking about these products, I want you to ask yourself a couple questions as you've been doing your own cutting. You know, does my cutter, does my cutter, does it fit in my hand right? Am I feeling these pains that Mark talked about? Do I want to be more accurate? I know we want to all be more accurate, and I know that as a quilter, you can never own too many rulers. So what a great package this is to have all these rulers again with what you already own. We also have our cutting mat. So our cutting mat, I'm going to move this off to the side. I'm going to talk about this here in a minute, is a circle cutter, which we have a perfect tool for the circle cuts. But with our cutting mat, mats, sure, people say, right, they self-heal over time, and that's true to an extent, but the more you're using your mat over and over and over again in the same spot, you can either delaminate your mat or you make grooves in there, and those grooves, as we cut our fabric, you may get some skipped cuts in there, and we may think it's a blade going dull, but you may have just some lines in your mats. Our cutting mat, now that comes in this quilter's Master Cutting Collection, is a 24.5 by 36.5. So it's a large cutting mat, and it is double-sided. So you're basically getting two mats for the price of one. Easy to read. The lines up here at the very top are the markings. So if you do bring your fabric to the top, you're still able to see exactly where you want to cut, because the numbers are outside of your fabric. This is a 5-ply mat, which means 3 in the middle helps really that cutting process. So as you're cutting, the deeper you go, it does last a lot longer because we have 3-ply. And again, we have a back side and a front side. You also get these, you also get the non-slip pad to keep your mat from sliding. Just like the ruler slides, we all know when we cut, the mat can slide as well. So from start to finish with our Master Cutting Collection, you're going to have a much easier, safer way of cutting. You're going to be more accurate, and this all comes in a great price here for this event. We also have, I mentioned, like the circle cutter. Now, this is another one of those questions. How many of you like to do circle cuts for your fabric? Maybe some hands go up. It's probably because I don't have the right tool. Circle cutters, for the most part, can either bunch the fabric underneath, or it can move on you, or when you go do your cut, you may have a little tail at the end just because it slid on you. Our circle cutter has this wide base. So this circle cutter, you see the wide base. It cuts 2 to 12 inches in diameter, and this wide base keeps your fabric from wanting to bunch or move. So as we go to cut, I already have one right here, but let's go do another one. I love using the products. I'm going to grab another one of these fabrics. Now, this fabric isn't the straightest, right? It's wrinkle. Most of you guys may iron it, but with the circle cutter, as I go on and off the fabric, it keeps it nice and flat. It's not moving or bunching underneath, which allows you to maybe cut if you want to do certain shapes. You can go on and off the fabric. So let's go ahead and cut. I'm going to do a 8-inch circle. Now, under the blue knob here is where the blade is located, and this is the pin to keep it nice in spot so it doesn't move on you. And how we recommend cutting is I'm going to cross my hands here. That way I could get one nice clean circle. So nice 8-inch circle, and then from there you can put it in there and cut smaller. This is easy to adjust. I just twist this knob. Now I can move whatever size I am looking to do for the project that you're doing. So very simple. And again, because we're very safe and accurate in what we do, we don't want to have an accidental mistake or cutting of our hands. So right here on the side, there's a safety mechanism. You just slide that over, and it prevents the knob from being pressed down. So that is a nice feature on our circle cutter. So circle cuts to straight cuts to our triangle set, you're going to have everything you need and more. You know, if you want to build with the tools you already have, this gives you a wonderful layout of exactly the right tools needed. And I love showing these when I go to events and people see it. I love when their eyes light up. And hopefully as you guys are watching this during this awesome spring fling, that your eyes were lighting up as you were seeing some of these. And especially if you know that you fall into the category of your wrist, you have the shakes, your fingers, your elbow, basically your entire arm as you cut, that you know using our comfort cutter, it will honestly solve all those issues as the pressure comes from up above and not with our fingers or moving the wrist. So combine that with the rest of our cutting tools, and you're going to be set. There was one thing I forgot, blades, right? Blades, we all know, can be expensive. This cutting collection comes with a 5-pack of blades as well. So you get a 5-pack of blades with everything else. And I know, not so much maybe from experience, but from cutting enough as I do these demos, how important it is to have the ruler not slide. My wife's a quilter, and she talks about all the time when she's cutting on the longer cuts, sometimes she, especially with the 6.5 by 24.5, right? The longer we go, we stretch and we tend to either go away from the ruler's edge. So this will eliminate that process. Thank you for watching and participating in our spring fling. We have a lot more coming up, especially the next one. We're going to be talking about maintaining your frames, etc., as you do more of your quilting. So thanks again for watching, and I will talk to you later.
That was fantastic. I'll tell you, I hope everybody is excited as I am. Now, all I know is every time I watch like the presentation on some of these key features and their processes, I keep on going, is that real? Was it that easy? Like, what did you guys think about that 360 circle cutter? I'll tell you, every time I do that, if there's a set of quilters in front of me, some of them actually jump back and go like, was it just that easy? So I really appreciate Mark doing a demonstration. Those tools very specifically do make cutting easier, safer, and more accurate. As Karla was doing before and demonstrating as she was using those, you can see that there was that tracking guide that helped make the cutting and those cutters and the rulers that stay together, amongst many other things. I just really quickly wanted to bring my screen up here to show you and bring this in and on your dashboard. You can click on coupons. We do have several coupons that are for the True Cut. And so if we scroll down a little bit, I'm going to scroll down here. Here we go. We've got a master cutting collection, which is what Mark actually just talked about. We actually have two. We have a master cutting collection and a master cutting collection 2. That's a little more robust. That includes the mats, the 360s, some extra triangle rulers, and a few others. So there's kind of 2 different price points. You'll still see the Quilters combo. This is our most popular combo, and I'm going to hop in here to True Cut to kind of let you see this site as I scroll down. I'm going to open up our combinations. Our #1 selling combination that most consumers start with is the Quilters combo, because it does have the cutter that has the ergonomics. It has the ruler, which is the longer ruler for strips, and then it has those non-slip pads on the back that keep everything together and keeps that from the ruler and the cutter together. And so those are, that's a fantastic. I would encourage you, as you're going through part of this process today, take a look at True Cut, browse that. Never's been a better time to buy. They're all on sale, and I guarantee you can find something that will add to the system that you already have. And so I really love that. You don't have to go make something new. You don't have to. People ask, well, does the cutter work with your other rulers? Yes, it does. And the ruler will work fantastic with your existing cutters. If you get the system, though, you end up with those patented interlocking components. And so that's kind of my last shout out on True Cut. We'll come back to that. That's some of the items that we've been giving away on the Plinko. But with that, we're going to go ahead and bring Mark and Karla up, and we're going to talk a little bit about the 19 and some maintenance processes that can be looked at. And I think we're going to talk first a little bit about that 19 machine and why that machine might be a machine we're demonstrating on, and why we've had such great success with quilters regarding that machine. So go ahead, Mark and Karla.
Great. Thank you, everybody. So as we look at this segment of our spring fling, we are going to go over quite a bit of information. But before we go into the maintenance part of this, let's talk about the 19-inch machine that we have on, Karla. The features, why it's been so awesome, what do we love about it, and particularly you've done a lot of quilting. What is your favorite thing about the 19-inch machine?
Oh, there's not just one favorite thing. There's a lot of favorite things. So I love that it's lightweight. It's easy for me to move across my quilt. It's not quite as heavy as you're moving it as some of the other machines. I love the stitches that it makes. I also love the touch screen. I love to be able to scroll through my screen and just touch the screen. I also love that it has 19 inches of throat space. So that is just one of those great features of this machine. And also that the handles, they extend out. So they're telescoping handles so that you can move it from one direction or the other. You can move it down, so you can micro stipple, you can have them up, so you can position them and pull them out. So if you're a little shorter or height challenged and you have a hard time reaching from one end, the back of the frame to the front of the frame, you can telescope these handles out. So yeah, that's just a few. Mark.
A couple of things that you pointed out that I sure like about it too, and so does everybody else as we've been looking at these machines, is the weight. You know, it is 19 inches, but yet it is one of our lighter machines. So it's easy to move across the frame because it's very light. What I also love about it is that it's stitch regulated as well. So the regulation is built into the machine. So it's nothing added on, it's already built in. Precise regulation. We have 4 modes in the 19. We have the precise, cruise, base, and manual. And precise and cruise are 2 that are regulated, and they are very precise. So if you stop moving the machine itself stops quilting, stops stitching.
Right. So we could show you. Let's just turn it on and show you. Yeah, that's what's nice about precise mode is that you can take a minute and think about what direction you're trying to get out of. So if I stop moving it, the machine stopped moving, and I can say, oh, I'm caught in a corner. So which direction am I going to come out? And then you have to be careful because it will turn itself off. So if you wait too long, it will turn itself off because you haven't moved it. Just like your TVs. If you haven't changed the channel, it'll go off.
There you go.
So that's what's nice about precise mode.
Exactly. And then cruise mode, it just toggles up and down for a little bit. So it's great for, if you're filling in intricate patterns and you're moving the machine really slow, it's nice to have that needle to continue to go up and down for those smaller areas.
Right, and you can change the minimum speed of how fast the needle goes up and down to what you like as you're quilting. So you may want it to go up and down a little faster, or you may want it to go up and down a little slower. And that makes a difference in the style of stitch that you're making and the area that you're quilting. So those adjustments come in really handy as you get to know and understand your machine.
Absolutely. Nathan has a couple comments. Let's bring Nathan in.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a couple questions that were coming through, and I think we didn't quite get this on camera. Karla, would you mind just demonstrating again with this machine? You had brought up that one of the key important components is how easy those handles adjusted in and out. So would you mind just demonstrating that one more time so that everybody can kind of see? Because that works great if you're going to work at the back of your frame and you're going to be sewing. You could get a tired back if you didn't extend those. And then obviously you mentioned the micro handle. So let's do another quick demonstration so everybody can kind of see that.
Let's go ahead and look at the camera right here behind you.
Right here?
So
okay. Yeah, and one of the important features of these handles being able to extend out is that you're not going to bump up against the take-up pole where it will distort your quilt and cause your design to get off. And so this is how it pulls out so that you can stay away from that take-up pole, or you can adjust them. You can have fun. You can decide which way you like. Now that's a little awkward, but you can adjust it up this way as well as you're positioning them. So it's one of those nice key features that keeps you away from and helps you with your design as you're quilting.
I'll tell you on that, Karla, real quick. Sorry, Nathan, to interject, but that right there, when we're talking to anybody and they see that feature that you can pull out, just not that they don't need to stretch all the way back, just
No.
like you had mentioned earlier. So that feature, I love knowing that if I was vertically challenged, I could still quilt in comfort. I can pull my handlebars out. So.
Right.
Great. Let me ask this other question, and this isn't specific to that machine, but I'm seeing that machine on that frame, and maybe if you can just quickly clarify, like that frame is 8 feet, and then the machine's available for what other size frames? Because some of the other questions that I would have is what size quilts can I maybe do with what kind of combinations with that 19, and maybe just give us a quick snapshot of that.
Do you want to answer that, or okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay, so with this Q-Zone Queen frame, it kind of limits you to the size quilt that you can quilt. So you have to quilt a quilt within the parameters of the poles. Now with our Q-Zone hoop frame, which the 19 will fit on as well, and the Cutie frame, it does not limit you to the size quilt you can quilt. What's nice about the different frames is they also offer different features. So the hoop frames don't limit you to the size quilt. You can sit or you can stand at them, but it gives you a smaller distance in between, so you are shifting your fabric from one section to the other. Where on the Queen, you can just quilt all the way across, and you just roll it up as you're quilting rather than shifting. So there are 2 different styles, and it just makes a difference with your budget. You can start off with one and then upgrade. You can start off with the hoop frames and graduate to a 19.
And I also want to add something to that, Nathan, to your question. We have the 19 on the Q-Zone Queen. You could actually put your own machine if you wanted to start out, right?
Yes.
You can start out smaller and work your way up to the 19-inch machine. They could fit our 15-inch machine. And keep in mind, through the Spring Fling, our 15-inch and our 19-inch are on sale. So you can fit any of those machines on the Q-Zone
Right,
Queen.
and what's nice about the Q-Zone Queen as well, and the one feature that I really like, is that you can sit or stand. Did you know that this frame, if you have a nice rolling chair, is really fun to quilt on and just move across it as you're going. So it's very adjustable.
Exactly. Good questions. Anything else on that?
Now, I just want to kind of maybe bring back here briefly with part of this process. And I think we're going to have a couple segments as we move into this tomorrow amongst a few others. But one of the great things to ask yourself is, I always say, okay, what size projects are you doing, right, Karla and Mark? That's one of the key things. Oh, am I doing small projects or big projects? It's not that that's limiting or causes you not to have options, but I think it's an important thing to kind of get your mind around. And then you want to, number 2 is decide how much space do I have that I can then use or look to finishing my quilts. And then that's kind of the question that decides, oh, do you start somewhere with like that Cutie tabletop because you don't have a large dedicated space, or can you dedicate the 4 to 5 feet? We do have a couple varied versions of that Cutie. They're upgraded. We call it the Q-Zone hoop frame, and we have a Q-Zone hoop frame Pro that come with permanent legs, like the frame that Mark and Karla are standing in front, where it's height adjustable. And it has all those other components that you kind of put underneath the frame to hold. And then again, I usually ask people on the third, well, where are you at on a budget? You know, or if you're somewhere where you can get into a mid-arm machine, that's a great next step, because those machines give you more quiltable space, like this 19 they're talking about. So any other thoughts that you would give to anybody who would be considering this 19, like who is the ideal customer, maybe I would say, for this 19, and maybe share some of that with us if you wouldn't mind.
Well, anybody who is ready to quilt more area, and you know, a lot of quilters start out with their home domestic machines, and then they're ready for that next step. And to be able to have a user-friendly 19-inch machine, it's just one step up from your domestic machines. It has a larger throat, so you get all those nice features that you know and love with your domestic machine, but you get the stitch regulation, you get a touch screen, you get 19 inches of throat space to quilt in, and so many more features that it just like makes it so much easier for you as a quilter.
Absolutely. And then Nathan, I'm going to go kind of build off of what you said. The question that I would ask myself is, as I'm transitioning, I have my smaller machine, I want to transition. I start asking myself, okay, cost. How easy is it to use? How easy is it to maintain? How heavy is the machine? I'm going bigger. The 19 covers all those. 19 is is very affordable. It is not heavy. It is very easy to maintain. And it is lightweight. So it checks off, if I'm checking off the list, what I'm looking for future long arm, the 19 checks all the boxes in there. And it is fast. You know, we haven't talked about the stitches per minute, but it stitches 2,000 stitches per minute. And that is really, really fast. So for those who are looking, obviously cost is one. We do have a great cost. And if you want to learn more about the 19-inch machine, our website will share a lot more with the feature sets and the cost you can see on the website. Do we have any other questions we want to get to before we move on?
Yes, you can get a ruler base. That's a good question. So all the things that you know and love that you can do, you can use the ruler base with the ruler feet, and it adds an extra element to quilting, and something that I love to do. So yes, all of our machines are unique machines. You can get a ruler base and ruler feet, and yes, quilt the way you want to quilt.
Maybe share just a little bit more. Karla, I know you did a demonstration yesterday, a sneak peek on a new ruler foot kit coming out, but you know, yes, you can buy several accessories for that, right? And maybe just, and I know this is not part, I don't want to spend a lot of time again, but I think in my mind, if I'm going to start, I kind of go like, that's great, I'm going to get a machine. But if there are these other tools, you know, why would I maybe do the ruler feet, and what are some of those other things? What additional capabilities? How does that make quilting easier for me? Just really quickly, I usually talk that there are several reasons that a consumer might want to look at those accessories and how it helps them with their quilting process as they begin.
Is that it comes with 3 individual feet, and they each do something different and specific. So you get the ruler foot, which has a higher shaft, so it can glide along the rulers easier. And I showed you one yesterday that had little pointers. It's a little sneak peek, but this ruler foot just glides along your rulers, and it allows you to create another element of design to your quilt. Then also in the kit, you get a micro stipple foot, which helps you do small, tiny little stitches to enhance an applique or inside a block that you want to have a different focus to. So you want to make little small stitches, and then you get an open toe, which works really well when you're trying to free motion feathers or a design that you need to go back over a line that you've already sewn. So it helps you have a wider focus so that you can go back over that line and not veer off. So there's so many different tools out there, and they're so fun, and they just allow you to quilt differently and allow you to add extra elements of embellishing your quilts to make it your own. Any other questions before we move on?
Now, why don't you go ahead and get into some of your recommended maintenance processes now? What are things to deal with the frame? What are a few things to do with the machines? Maybe a couple of ideas that you might have regarding that as well.
Okay.
Let's do this. So I had I'm going to start off with a quick question.
Okay.
As soon as you get our 19-inch machine, what is the first things you'd want to do to get it ready and prepped to start quilting?
Okay, well, as you're pulling it out of the box, we want to make sure that we're reading our instructions. You know that as a quilter, when you're starting on a new pattern or design, it's really important to read through your instructions and you're following them, because you could miss a step and get it set up and it's not working correctly. So make sure you're reading the manual and understanding it and going through it step by step. So that's one of the most important things that we think, oh, I know how to do this. I don't need to look at that. But stop and take a minute and read through it.
Absolutely. All right, so I'm going to let you kind of talk about the maintenance, but I'm going to bring up oil real fast.
Okay.
Should we oil the machine prior to starting our quilt?
You don't need to, because it's already been done. So when you pull it out of the box, you don't need to oil it right away. So that's just something as you're sewing, yes, you'll oil the hook, but don't oil the machine right out of the box, because it's just been oiled. We've sewn off on it and it's good to go. All
right, perfect. All right, so let's talk about the general maintenance of the machine,
okay.
And then maybe I know you have stuff you want to go over about other potential stuff, but let's go over the general maintenance.
Okay, well, when you're starting to sew, it doesn't matter. sometimes when you've stepped away from your quilt or your machine or something and you haven't gotten back to sewing to it, little things can happen. So there's just some little pointers that every time you go to quilt that will just help you, so you're not jumping in and starting this like, what's going on? What happened? So these are just a few of the things that I would like for you to, you know, double check and look for. And that first thing is that we have small sewing rooms and we like to put things on the table and use that as storage. Well, move your machine back and forth, front to back, and make sure that it moves and glides freely and that nothing is on the table that's going to catch it. Because there's nothing more frustrating than moving along and then all of a sudden getting caught. And it's like, oh, it ruined my design. So make sure you're moving it across. And that also allows you to feel if there's like thread on the tracks or something that's inhibiting. So I want you to do a little test, okay? And I want you to take a piece of thread on your machine, even if you're using your domestic machine, and put it underneath the wheels and move it front to back. And you can definitely feel that there is a little bump in it. So make sure you're cleaning your tracks and your wheels religiously, because the lint can build up on it and you just need to wipe it down continually on every project. And sometimes if it takes you a few days to get through a project, you'll want to wipe them down a little more. So, and that lint can really get built up and it can wear on your tracks. So on the carriages. So make sure that you're wiping down the wheels of your machines. And even if you're using a domestic machine and the carriages, so wipe down the wheels on that, because threads can get caught around them and they can cause you to bump and jiggle and cause your designs to go out of kilter. So make sure that and then also make sure that you're threading your machine correctly. Now,
that's important.
Yes. And so if you're running into problems and you're frustrated and you can't figure out what it is, and you stood at your machine for a minute, walk away, and then come back with new eyes, okay? And make sure that you're following the directions of how it's supposed to be threaded. Even on your domestic machines, I can't tell you how many times people get so frustrated, you know, walk away for a second and then come back and look at the threading and make sure that you don't have it looped around something, or when you cut the thread, it can loop around anything. So make sure it's threaded correctly, and make sure that you have the thread pulled between the disc on the machine and that it's coming up over. This is on every machine out there, okay? They have this tension disc, and we want to make sure that as we're threading it, we have our upper disc and our lower disc, okay? And we want it to go across and in between. If it's on the outside of this, it can cause tension problems. If you're not caught over the tension knob and it's not pulled between, and if it's just laying on the back, it can cause tension problems. And lots of times it's hard to see that it's not pulled in the disc. When we get calls from in the tech department, if they'll just pull it towards them and then up and down, it makes such a difference, because those discs pull in on the thread and they help create the tension in the machine. So really important. And then make sure that your needle is in correctly. Rookie mistake all the time. I have actually put in the needle backwards and felt really stupid, but make sure that it's the right direction. And the scarf should be towards the back. Now with your domestic machines, you have the flat edge, so it's a lot easier, but with the longer arm, mid to longer machines, you have a rounded shaft. So make sure that you feel that little indent. It's called the scarf on the back of the machine, so it's towards the back. So yeah, don't do the mistake. And that's where the light bar comes in really handy, because I didn't have the light bar at the time and it made all the difference in the world to have good lighting so you can see how to thread it.
I'm going to quickly ask a question. If we did get lint or stuff build up around the wheels and on the track, what's the best way to clean that off our wheels? Because it could get hardened up, right? Not hardened up, but it stays on there pretty good.
Yeah, it does. And it gets, so sometimes I'll take my fingernail, because it's really ground on that wheel, because we haven't wiped it off. I would take a damp cloth. I wouldn't take alcohol because it has a tendency to dry out the tracks and stuff. But you know, you can use what you need to use, but do not use
static or
so don't use something like that, or Clorox. That's what I was going to say. Don't use the Clorox wipes. They cause a sticky residue, which will make the lint even actually more stick to your wheels even more. If you'll notice that as you're cleaning your bathroom, they're great for cleaning, and they're 99.9% pure, free of germs. However, it has this little residue that the lint will really stick to. So use water or vinegar water as well. So
perfect. Now I would probably imagine, I know some of the questions like how that happens. So if your wheel is built up, would you just move your machine and keep something on that wheel?
Yes,
to
that's a
clean
good
that off,
way
right?
yes, that's a good way to clean it off. And we did get our Kleenexes here, so Mark,
all right,
show them.
I will. All right, let me blow my nose first. Okay. So here we have a wheel. I don't know if we can get a good picture of it, maybe not, but our wheel's underneath there. So all I'm gonna do, all right, we can see one perfect, is I'm gonna put this on the wheel and I'm just gonna press down on the wheel and move the machine backwards and forward, and just do that a couple of times, right? Until I can see that what was on there is off. And it does a pretty good job. I do have some on here right now. So it does a really good job on doing just that. And I would imagine you do the same thing for your carriage back and forth the other way, right?
Really important to do. And you can tell that these dual wheels, they are a little flatter wheels, so they have a tendency to get more lint on them as you're moving across your quilt. So it's really important to clean them. Also, as you're putting your machine on your frame, adjusting the wheels on your machine. I don't know if a lot of you miss this step, but it's really important. There are little set screws on the back of the wheels on the machine that you can adjust the wheels to make sure that they're sitting on the tracks. And that's a really important step to make it so that as you're moving across your quilt, you won't get that unevenness and feel the little bumps and the pulls as you're quilting across it. So make sure that you adjust those wheels.
That's a great point. And I would suggest any of our machines you get, the 15, 19, or 21, any of our frames upon setup is to do just that. Keep the bolts you need loose, so when we move it back and forth, you could essentially line the track with the wheel so that it will go smooth back and forth and front to back, right?
Yes, so you're doing that on your frames before you put the machine on it, but you also need to align the wheels with the top carriage. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. What else do we have on the maintenance side?
Oh, let's talk about the bobbin and the hook, okay? And cleaning it. So let's open it up, and you can see that it's had a lot of use, and it's pretty linty. You know, the spray air, that's really nice. Just don't breathe in as you're spraying it. You get a little hairball down your throat. So not good. So just stand back here and spray it so that you're away from all the debris that's coming out. And make sure you clean it out religiously. Just like when you're piecing your quilts, you need to clean out that lint and make sure that there's no threads caught around the hook. Now the hook is where you're going to insert the bobbin case. Now, when you're putting your bobbin case in, you never want to pull on the lever, but when you're pulling it out, you'll want to pull on the lever. So I'm taking this off. So anyway, you'll want to pull on the lever to take it out, but when you're putting it in, you want to make sure that it's straight across and that as you're pushing it in, you're not pulling on that lever at all, and that you will just take your thumb and you'll hear it snap. When you hear it snap, that means it's inserted correctly. So,
perfect.
And I can take it out.
While you're doing that, I just thought of something. I see this often, and I hear about it often. Let's say they're making sure that it's working right. They don't have any fabric that they're quilting, and they just want to make sure maybe the encoders are working and it's all threaded. What happens if they keep the machine threaded while they kind of test the encoders? It
gets ground down in your bobbin case without, being able to pull the knots. So there's no place for those knots to go, but down inside this hook area.
So it makes a mess down there.
It makes a big mess. So unthread it if you're testing it to hear it, and make sure that that thread's not going down there, especially if you don't even have the bobbin case inserted because it'll cause some, a little cleanup for you. Okay, so let's talk about the bobbin case and pulling on it. And I know Cody talked a little bit about it yesterday as well, but you want to make sure that as you're pulling on it, that it's turning the correct direction clockwise. And let me just show you. I don't know which way to show it so it's not opposite.
Yeah, I think that's,
Okay, and see, you can see the little lines in the little circle as I'm pulling on it. And now I just want to hold it in my hand, and you'll notice that I feel a little tension on it, just a little, but that's all I need. And I feel like I'm better than a toe tension gauge, so it's perfect. So anyway, and now I'm just going to insert it back in, and as you're quilting, just make sure that you oil your hook every quilt. And that's around in this area, but don't start sewing on it. After you've oiled it, get a piece of cloth or fabric and then sew on it to get that extra oil out of it before you start quilting. So,
perfect. These are all been great. I know Nathan probably have a few questions or comments that we want to bring in.
Yeah, I had one question I wanted to re-ask again. This came up a couple different times, and I love this. Susan, thanks for asking this question. And I think we mentioned it, but I think because we go through this process so quickly, I want a little more understanding. When you put that the bobbin case back in, you talked about the alignment of the release lever, and then you talk about don't hold the release lever. Why is it so important not to have that release lever out as you're putting that in? And kind of talk about what would or could happen if you did, and then what are we trying to avoid by not doing that really quick?
Great questions. Well,
I've talked a lot.
Yeah, that's because you're doing a fantastic job. Yeah, that's a great point. The lever that we're talking about, I'm going to bring this back out again. And you're exact. So here's what will happen. So here's the lever. I'm going to come in a little closer. Okay. So there is a lever that Nathan is talking about, or the arm that's on the bobbin case. And if we pull that out while we put that back into the machine, I know for myself, when I did this the very first time, is I thought it was in all the way on that shaft underneath there. I thought it was in because I didn't hear a snap. So what happened next was not so good.
No.
If you pull that arm out and put it in and then go ahead and start quilting, 10 out of 10 times, that needle is going to come down and hit right on top of the bobbin case and potentially and possibly will throw the machine out of timing if you don't catch it in time. So now we have a timing bit, and that can be a major issue, but Grace Company, we provide you with the right tools and resources to time your own machine if that indeed happens. But we definitely don't want to go down that road. We want to prevent that. So like Karla showed earlier.
This is true, Mark. I just want to interject.
Yeah.
Even on your domestic machines, do not pull on the lever. This doesn't matter what sewing machine this is. This is a mid to long arm and your domestic machines that you're using.
Right. And it's simple.
Right.
We have quilters, we know
right.
not to, right? And it's just 101, quilting 101, but it still amazes me on how we still do that.
Well, and the lever makes it easy for you to hang on to it. So, yeah, so why wouldn't you want to hold on to it?
That's right. So without holding on, Karla, I'm going to have you put that back in because you're on a better angle than me. So let's put that back in.
I'm just going to make sure that it's just aligned straight across. And I try to do this so that I can do it and reach under there and I don't have to bend down and do it. And that's what I like about the long arms and it being open right here in the front. And then I just push it in and snap it. And I didn't take the lever out at all. I just pushed it in.
And snapped it. And I like to, for good measures, I just always
That's a good idea.
tap it when it's in there. Again, that assures me and you, when we're quilting, that needle now, if we were to push that needle up and down and we just do a little quilting, it sounds good. It's not hitting any of the bobbin casing. And we're ready and good to go. Yeah. Good question, Nathan, and good comment. Any other comments and questions?
Yeah, one last thing as we kind of conclude part of this segment. And by the way, thank you, all the people who are putting comments. It's really great to be able to see a lot of the questions. A lot of people are going like, that's great. We really haven't thought about some of those processes. But one other question, and this isn't necessarily on the 19, but maybe as a quick recap, since we haven't had any conversations on this, out of the machines and out of the frames, they're saying, what if I wanted to get into automation? And there's not a lot, but it's one of these things where everybody starts thinking, hey, if I'm going to get a machine, I have a system, I'm looking for projects. We talked a little bit about some of the accessories that makes the machine a little more kind of friendly, like the ruler base that gets you started without you feeling like you have to be a professional. What would be that regarding automation is kind of a last question, and then we can kind of wrap this up and move into our next section.
Automation, that's easy. Okay, let me start again. Everything that in the automation box you get to attach to the machine, and so it will come with simple instructions. You can add automation anytime you own the product. It is very simple to add on. It is very simple to use, and you can add it on to our 1519 and some of the domestic machines out there, and even onto the frame that you have as well. So everything that you get to add the automation, say that 10 times fast, you can do so with ease. We're talking about the maintenance with the automation and even maintaining the automation. You know, we're really looking at the 19, but just a little snippet on the automation. It is very, very simple to troubleshoot. We have our tech support team here. It comes with good instructional videos, and that's what Karla has been working on a lot, is to make sure that the automation out of the box, your what do you call it? Your experience out of the box is top. And Karla here helps with the resources, the videos, the tutorials, and a lot of these are being added on to the automation. And so anything that comes across as a stumbling block, there's ways to fix it. We have the resources to help with that. But absolutely, with adding the automation, it is not a scary thing. It's a very simple thing. It's a very fun thing.
Yes, it
is. So yeah, absolutely, automation, Nathan, is a one that we should all look at.
Great. Definitely, it's an accessory that will work with all of the Grace machines, several domestics. If you have questions, again, I would ask that you look at on our website, or feel free again. I'm going to put this up there. Call our 800 number again is just a quick reminder. Call 1-800-264-0644. You can also chat at graceframe.com. So again, there is great compatibility. Mark and Karla, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and kind of say we're going to get back to you here in a little bit as we move forward to a couple things. I wanted to look at a couple just last items. We have a lot of comments, and I want to apologize as we're going through the TrueCut. The TrueCut Master Cutting Collection, I'm going to call it 2, is back online. So it was there, it's not there. It is on sale as well. So we'd encourage you to go back to the TrueCut website and see and engage with some of those. I also had another question, and let me bring this up for everybody. The question was specific to the coupons. And so I'm going to bring my screen up, and I just want to quickly show you how you kind of access to these coupon codes. If you are in the events page, so if you're on the Spring Fling page, you can simply go to the right corner, click and select your account dashboard. Again, this is where all your announcements are. If you'll notice on the left, we have option 2. So as I come down, it just says see coupons. And if you click that, it will bring you to the coupon page, and this will give you access to all the coupons that you have regarding a lot of those specials and the promotions that we have right now. So again, I'm going to kind of get that off. I just wanted to bring that back together. With that, I'm excited to be moving forward as we we have Jennifer coming up, and with that, let's go ahead and see a little bit more about from her and have her do her trunk show with us as we look through a couple key things with Jennifer from Primitive Quilts. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jenny Gaston. I own Wool & Willow Designs, and I'm the creative director for Primitive Quilts and Projects magazine. I want to first thank the Grace Company for inviting me to be a part of their Spring Fling Festival. and to tell you a little bit about myself and my history of quilting and share with you some of my quilts. For me, I started sewing when I was a little girl, like a lot of us did. My mother got me started with crochet and just some simple stitching. She was an avid seamstress. She made countless clothes for herself, for work, and for all 4 of her girls. And she let us all use her scrap bag, which was full of so many different fabrics. She made wedding dresses, slip covers, bridesmaid dresses. 2 of my sisters used to play guitar, sing, and perform, and so she made them many dresses. So she had the best scrap bag, and so our dolls, trolls, Barbies, Skippers, all were the very best dressed. And then from that, we all went on to making clothes for ourselves. When we grew up, I know I did, I'm pretty sure my other sisters did too, made pillows and curtains, dust ruffles, things like that for our houses. And then I would say about 29 years ago, my mother got a beautiful quilt top that her grandmother had made, and her 2 sisters also got quilt tops, and the 3 of them decided they were going to learn how to quilt. And that just started the ball rolling. One of my cousins and I both got the bug, and we started quilting. I bought the fabric to make my first pieced quilt about a year before I actually got brave enough to cut into it. And I would say that was probably about 29 years ago, and my mother started a little bit before that. But she came over one day with all of her tools because I didn't have the tools yet, and helped me to get the fabric all cut out and made my first quilt. This quilt is a thimbleberries pattern, and the instructions did not include any new methods of making half square triangles. I'm not sure if there wasn't such a thing back then, or if it just didn't call for it. So I cut a lot of little triangles, sewing them all back together again. And being that it was my first piece quilt, I did a lot of ripping out. So I did cut off quite a few points, but I still love the quilt, and I display it, and it just shows me how far I've come. And then, a few years went by, and after making several quilts, mostly small things, baby quilts for myself and for my friends, I decided to start doing rug hooking and working with wool. And I got really busy with that and didn't do as much quilting. And I started designing rugs. And my sister Gretchen also did that with me. And I would say that was probably in about 1998. And then in 1999, we opened up an online store called the Rug Hooking Store. And we took orders from all over, wholesale orders, retail orders. And that was the first business that we had. And then in 2004, we decided to open up a shop together, a brick and mortar, and we opened up the Wool and Willow. And we did rug hooking, wool applique, and quilting. We brought in all the quilt fabric. And shortly after that, we started designing quilts and things like that. And several years later, we got a long arm machine in our quilt shop. We had learned how to do machine quilting just by moving our quilts around underneath our machine. And we decided that it would be good for our shop to have a long arm and start taking in customer quilts. So we got some practice doing that. Mostly just meandering and stippling. I did get to where I could do some swirls and simple flowers and stars. But I was always most comfortable doing stippling. And owning a shop, you don't always have all the time to do the practicing it takes to get really good at it. And so then several years later, we started the magazine Primitive Quilts and Projects. And that sort of happened on accident. We had a customer come into the shop, and she was looking at all of the magazines that we had to offer. And she said, you know, somebody needs to come up with a primitive style magazine because all of these other magazines rarely have anything in there that are the style that I like. And that was the style of our quilt shop, which was primitive. And so a light bulb went on and my sister walked by and I said, hey, I got an idea. Let's start a magazine. And we high-fived and we headed to the local Mexican restaurant that day after we closed up the shop. And over margaritas, we talked about it and called our sister Judy and said, hey, Jude, would you like to go in with us to start a magazine? And she said, sure. And she, at the time, worked a full-time job for the government. And on her way home, stopped at the local bookstore and bought a book called How to Publish a Magazine. And she read the book. We started having meetings. We got some advice from our friends who had started and ran the Bird Watchers Digest. And they got us hooked up with some people to talk to. And pretty soon we were doing a magazine. And so we got really busy with that and decided to close our quilt shop. I think it was around 2016. And then we started working from home. And we sold the long arm that we had at the shop. And I was really kind of missing that because I had gotten used to quilting my quilts that way instead of moving them around under my home machine. So I had to go back to that. And I'm okay. I'm pretty good with that. But again, I really just do stippling. So, you know, I didn't really, that wasn't my life's goal, was to be a really great, famous long arm designer. I just really wanted to quilt my quilts. So after we closed the shop and we're doing some quilt markets with the magazine, we got to know the people at the Grace Company, and they came to our booth and they asked us, why would we want to advertise in your magazine, being that it's a primitive style? And we showed them why. We showed them all of the pretty quilts in our magazine. Many of them were quilted by using a long arm. And we kind of hit up a nice friendship, and they started to advertise with the magazine. And then after that, I got to talking with Nathan one day at one of the markets, and I told him a little bit about my other business, which was Wool and Willow Designs, which after we stopped the shop, I started a new website and just have my online shop for my patterns. And we got to talking, and he thought, we knew we might be a good fit for you to be one of our ambassadors. And so we kind of started that ball rolling, and I got a hoop frame, and I used it with my Gerome domestic machine at first. And that worked fine, except I was used to having a long arm. And so not having all of the space that I was used to do my quilting, I felt like it just wasn't working out for me. So I bought the QUILTING 19. And since then, it's been great. I've quilted several quilts on it, and I love that it just fits in my space without taking up a whole lot of room. And we'll pan around in a minute and show you my setup. It's a pretty good size sewing room, but I really didn't want to give up a lot of space for a regular long arm frame. So this works out great for me. I do a lot of small quilts and some big quilts. So it really works out good for me. This quilt is called Happy Garden. I did this as a sew along in my Facebook group, which is called Primitive Stitchin' with Jenny Gaston. I do about 2 sew-alongs a year with that group. Again, I did a lot of stippling. It's my favorite to do. I just really love the way it makes that applique stand out. I do a little bit of quilting on the applique as well sometimes. This quilt is called A Life of Plenty. I did this as a sew-along. It was the first sew-along I ever did on my blog, Jenny from the Willow at blogspot.com. It's made with about 100 different fabrics, including wool and cotton and velvet. This was quilted by my cousin Jill on a long arm. She has a business in Erie, Pennsylvania called Ta-Da Quilting. It just is a good evidence that you can have a really primitive quilt and also have beautiful custom long arm quilting. This quilt is called Log Cabin Garden. I did a lot of stippling on this one. I left out the scallops so they would kind of spring forward. I did a good amount of quilting on the wool to hold those down. And I really love how this one comes out. It's got such a cozy look since it has the homespun fabrics. It's one of my favorites. Okay. This quilt, I decided to try something other than stippling. I practiced on my whiteboard doing feathers and pebbles, and I really like how it turned out. I'm just going to have to get brave and do that on a big quilt. All right, this is called Sweet and Simple Stitchery. Another sew-along quilt. All of these are on my website, Wool and Willow Designs. This was patchwork, embroidery on a linen background, and wool applique. I just did a tiny stipple all over. Okay, this one is called The Great Primitive Pumpkin. I played around with this one on the long arm with stars, swirls. I did some kind of wavy lines on the crow and on the pumpkin. I hear the dog coming in the room. That's Chester. This is a really fun quilt. Great big appliques. It's a snuggly one too. Okay, this is called Ready for Spring. I just finished this one on my group Sew Along. Used a linen type background for all the blocks, wool applique, pretty patchwork, and lots of stippling. All right. This is just a little one. You don't really have to zoom on it. It's called Pumpkin Time. I did this for a fall issue for Primitive Quilts and Projects a few years back. Just a linen-y fabric. I like to mix my fabrics. Linen, cotton, wool, lots of stippling. All right, this one was for 2020 fall issue of Primitive Quilts and Projects. I did paper piecing, wonky flying geese, and really small stippling and extra quilting on the pumpkins and the leaf detail. This It was a lot of fun to make. I did a YouTube video for Primitive Quilts and Projects on how to make the wonky flying geese blocks. That was fun. Okay, this is the last one on the table. This is called Fresh and Fancy. It's much brighter colors than I normally use, but still primitive, because primitive is not a color, it's just a style. And I just love how the appliques really stand out with all that tiny stippling all the way around it. This quilt has a little special meaning for me. I wrapped my mother up in this while she was in her hospital bed before she passed away last year. It's nice and snuggly. Okay. And then I have this quilt on the wall. This is called Jenny's String Garden. I decided to try some doodly looking vines in the dark rose. I quilted a vine all the way up and did squirrel flowers and leaves. And then in the light rose, I did echo quilting around the appliques. I wasn't really happy with my echoing skill, but now that it's done, bound, and washed, I like it pretty well. And this was also a sew-along in my group. So this is my Q19 and my hoop frame. I really love it. It just takes up about 5 feet of space. I'm able to move it a little bit. If I need a little bit more space out in my room, I can scooch it back when I'm not using it. I really enjoy having this. It's very easy to use. I bought the leaders. It's great. If I've started on a project and I'm not in a hurry to get it done and I need to get something else done, I can just whip it off of there and pop a new one on and get it finished. I sort of have a primitive lighting system right now. I've got some clip lamps that I'll put on here. I think the next thing I'm going to get is the light bar to go over top. And I think that'll be a lot nicer than moving my lamps all the time. So this is my hoop frame, my Q19. I love them. And I can't wait to get started practicing on this little panel here. So I think that's about all I have out to show you. I really just wanted to share my journey about how I got started, how you don't really have to be a fantastic quilter. It's really fulfilling to be able to finish them yourself. And I really, really enjoy having that hoop frame. And so we're going to do just a little pan around my sewing room so you can see how nicely it fits in. I happen to put a little panel in there to practice on, and then it'll end up as a play quilt for my granddaughter. So we are going to pan around. You'll see my sewing room and maybe the dog. He's somewhere in here snoring. So thank you very much. This is just a quick little pan around my sewing room. I have a nice little wool stash, fat quarters, scraps, my little sewing area. Got some cool old cabinets to put my threads in, and most of my yardage, fabric, and my shelves. Got a Cricut. I've only used it a couple of times, but my daughter really enjoys it. And then there's my hoop frame and my Q19, and I love it.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jennifer. Absolutely wonderful. I look at that room and I'm not sure How many of you out there are having a little bit of room envy? Go ahead and throw a 1 in the comment. I was like, that's a pretty nice setup she has. Beautiful quilts. Thanks for sharing all of your quilts with us. It was really fun to be able to see that, and it's been fun to be able to partner with Jennifer and all the things that she has with her insights and in both in the quilting side, and then even from that in the industry of providing written content in the form of her magazine and that. So it's been wonderful to be with her, and thanks for sharing all that time with us. Again, coming back, I just wanted to, I see a couple ones coming through with all the comments. We're all there, right? I'm like, oh man, I'm like, that's a pretty nice large setup. That's probably not all of us. I know I don't have a lot of space in my home to necessarily do something like that. But as a passion of quilting, it's just been great. I've been really enjoying the opportunity to get to know you as quilters, get to know your challenges, get to know, I would say, some of your dreams and your aspirations. One of the fun things that we have here, Karla's going to come up here in just a minute, and she's going to share some of the things that she's continued to innovate on, which are wonderful and fun. Quickly, as we do this, again, thank you for your patience. We did have a switch in the schedule earlier today, and that's something that we will do a much better job. The rest of the schedule for all those who are here is on cue. We've got that planned for tomorrow, and we have next week, Thursday and Friday. So again, I want to reach out. If you, by chance, haven't had an opportunity to share any of the quilts that you might have entered, go ahead and do so. If you haven't had a chance to enter one, go look at your dashboard, enter a quilt in there. And again, just thanks for all your patience as we've gone through a lot of what we have now. With that, I'm going to go ahead and let's bring Karla on with us here. She's going to come on up, and there's Karla. And Karla, welcome back again. Karla is doing kind of,
no see, huh?
I say it's like overtime and then some more. So, but her mind is this filled, and we actually are only getting like a small glimpse of all of her ideas and her passion to what this is. So thanks for staying with us. You're going to love what Karla is going to share with you here. And I think we're going to move into this here, Karla. If we can maybe answer a couple questions before we get into this a little bit. Okay. And last fall, we talked a little bit about your story. I know you brought up some of that on how you kind of grew up. We did a trunk show. Maybe again, the reason I'm doing this is I think it would be great to hear from you and get some insights. And I also don't want those that might be joining us here right around 2 o'clock our time to miss out on your baby bubble quilt. So tell us a little bit about your history and your experience. And I come back to this, and I have to ask myself, why do you have the passion you have for this? And like, that's not everybody does, right? Like this has become part of your daily life, not just at home, which this extends to that, but here at Grace Company. And, I think that's why you do such an amazing job, is you really love not only what you do, but I think the challenges that are put in front of you. And so maybe tell us a little bit about your story and what kind of creates your passion as a quilter. And I'm curious to hear that story.
It's a good question. I've just always been the kind of person that likes a challenge and likes to figure out how to tackle that challenge, or what innovative way. And it kind of is probably a family thing, because my brother is the same way. My brother Jim, he wanted to start his own company from the ground up, and he was always taking things apart, trying to figure out how they worked. And my mom was always buying used lawnmowers and stuff like that to keep my brothers busy and engaged, and trying to help them learn how things worked and how to think through a process. And anyway, my mom came up with the quilting frame idea. And I just think with all of us, I've always just rode along in the car trying to come up with new and different ways to work through challenges as a family and in life. And it just happens to be that quilting, who knew, was really going to become a passion. And I don't come to work every day. I come and do what I love every day. So sorry to my family, but they're kind of ingrained with it as well. But that's kind of how the mind of the Bagleys, my maiden name is Bagley, works. So my sisters all have that, and I have it as well. And so my brother did too. And we're just very lucky and very blessed to be able to come from my mom. My mom was a widow for longer than she was married. So she really raised her kids without my dad being around because he passed away at such a young age. So it's a real testament to her and how she was able to help encourage us with our creativity and our inventiveness. And so kudos to my mom, Grace, and for her love of her kids and instilling in them the value of hard work. And so I'm just very grateful for that. And so did I pass enough time or do I need to go on? Because I can definitely go on longer.
No, it's not about that. It's about, I think, connecting with you, Karla. And I think that was really, really good. I was kind of coming back and thinking in my mind about what this means for all of us, thinking about having you on the team. Like, what does that mean for Grace Company? And I love this. I'm going to bring this comment out, and I think this is kind of a fun one. Thanks, Elizabeth, for this comment. Grace is like a clubhouse for quilters.
Yes.
And what is that? I think it's everything that we're about, right? And trying to engage consumers from all walks of life. You know, Grace Company, I'm not saying we're in it for just, you know, the little people or whatnot, but we keep on thinking, how do we reach, you know, a broader scope of audience? How do we reach up in age? How do we reach down in age, right? How do we reach up in skill set? How do we reach down in skill set? How do we reach up in budget? How do we move down the chain in budget so that we feel like we can resonate with more of the quilters that are out there? That is the passion. You know, part of our mission as a company is to enrich the lives. You know, we know that U.S. quilters, you're looking to enrich your lives and the lives of others, and we're wanting to help be a part of that and to help you with your creativity, you know, to impact those around you. And so I think that's an exciting thing. And Karla, you know, I just think about, and I'm just excited, you know, we have, I'm going to say another, you know, I'm thinking in 4 months from now, how different will we be in regards to the amount of education and the way we're going to continue to engage with all you quilters out there. And it's just exciting. And so we're at the very forefront. I always talk with everybody that knows me. I've been in this business for 15 years. I tell you, I feel like we just started, and everybody goes like, what do you mean? I'm like, there's just so much opportunity, so many more ways to engage with you as quilters, so many more solutions that we know we need to come up with, so much more we need to do with education, so much in so many different ways. And again, we're expanding the scope of how we can reach out there and touch you. And this is not only just a national, this is a global thing. This is an international component. So we're just really excited. So thanks, Karla, for sharing with us your passion that you have for a lot of that. And I think as we're going to do this, we're going to have probably a couple people come and a couple people leave with us. But I'm going to turn the next bit of time over to you and this wonderful idea you have of the bubble baby quilt. So it's all you. Thanks.
Well, thanks. I'm really excited to show you this fun little bubble baby quilt or baby bubble quilt, whatever you want to call it. It is just a fun, soft quilt that every guy in here has played with because it's so bouncy and it's so easy to make. The process that I came up with, you'll get it done in no time. So let me just quickly tell you how I came up with this idea. I was given a bubble quilt for my firstborn, CJ, and from a dear friend, and she spent hours working on it. And so when they asked me to come up with a new class, I was really excited about the name Baby Bubbles and what could I do to reinvent it, to make it a little more modern and for now and today, and how could I use the frame on our machines to really make it easier. And so I am going to walk you through the process of how I made this. So I just want to show you the back as well. So it's made with Minky and just some solid fabrics. And I have this little polka dot just to add another little element of fun and whimsy to it. And also on my strip quilts, I am now doing a blank area because I don't think it needs to be filled up all the way. And let me just show you the back. So this quilt isn't going to have a binding on it, which makes it even nicer because you don't have to spend a few hours sewing the binding up. So let me just jump in and show you how easy it is to make. So what I did is I cut out my strips and I made my squares, sorry, because these are squares. I cut out my strips at first and I cut them out at 5.5-inch strips. because I only had so much minky left over from cutting off some of it. I bought 2 yards of minky, and I cut off the bottom section so I could add it to the top. And so I cut them 5.5-inch strips, and then I cut the strips into 5.5-inch squares. And then this is the boy baby quilt. So this is the boy baby bubbles, and I have the girls on the frame. So what I did is, and this is the backing for the girl baby bubble quilt. It's just nice and soft, and it's a little bit not as high a shank on the minky, but it's a nice soft little minky as well. So I cut them into squares, and then I just started laying it out because I didn't want 2 of my squares to be the same together. So it was easier for me to lay out my blocks. So I just started laying them out, and then I would sew them together. And I just wanted them to be different going across. So you'll sew your blocks together in strips. And I'll go over there and show you. And I have 8 blocks across on each quilt. So I'm just going to come over here to the frame and grab these right here because I laid them on there, okay? So these are what they look like when they're all sewn together. And it makes it easy. So when I go over to the frame, I stacked them up from the first row to the last row, and how I wanted to pull them off my stack. So if you have that after you've sewn them all together, if you'll leave your bottom row on the very last row on the bottom and work your way up so that you'll start out with the correct way, and then you'll want to position them the way you want to sew them on your quilt, because you don't want to turn it over and have 2 of your blocks sewn together. So you just want to make sure that you mark that this is going to be my left side and my right side. Because there's nothing more frustrating than to pull it up and then pull it off the frame and see that you have 2 of the same block together. So now that I've showed you that, this is so easy. I am just using my batting. Notice that I don't have a backing on it whatsoever. So I am just sewing my blocks to my batting here. And that's so I can sew my backing on last of all. And it's also so I can, so you won't see my dips and wobbles in it because it's not going to be totally straight going across. Now, if you wanted to sew it directly to your backing, that's your choice, and you absolutely could. I would just use the channel locks, which I'm not going to use. I'm just going to use my foot like I did in the first one, just sew straight across. So let me show you how I set it up first of all. Right here on my first row, what I like about our feet is that we have a flat edge on our feet. And so I can line the foot up along the back of this take-up pole and move it right along, and it's going to give me a nice straight line all the way across. So that's going to be my starting line that I'm going to line my first row up next to. So that's how I came up with this line right here. I don't know if you could see it. Can you see it right here? This row, okay? So that was my first line all the way across that I used my foot. And then I laid down my very first row, all right? And I'll show you this process. I just wanted to explain how I sewed this section first, okay? So then after I sewed it down across the top, and you can see that I went all the way to the very edge of it, and I sewed it across the top, then I had to sew down. So now I'm going to make little pockets to stuff each of these little squares, and that's what I'm going to explain next. So I came across, so I started on this side. I started right here, and I went up, and then I moved across, and I sewed right next to the edge. So now I'm over here on this side, and now I'm going to move down, okay? And now I'm going to just come off. I don't want to sew this closed. I just want to move off the edge, and then I'm going to move up and sew a little pocket. And I'm going to move across, sew down, and move across, and then sew up. But I just wanted to show you how I got to that point. Sorry, I knocked those off. That's okay. Now I'm going to roll it up. And you can notice that I have my pull up off my arm of my machine because it's a little stuffy and a little puffy. But I'm just going to roll it up right here, and you can see how I stuffed it. And I've used this stuffing right here. It's called Polyfill, and it just makes it nice and springy and fun to touch. So I'm putting that right here. And you notice that I did some little flowers because I wanted to change it up just a little bit. So this right here are my little flowers. And I did them a little differently. And so I stuffed this little flower right here, and then I just stuffed the center of it. Now it just kind of makes it fun and different, and it makes it my quilt. Now I'm going to use my clips to give me tension. Because I'm going to get ready to sew my next row on. And I could go back in and fill in this area too if I wanted to, but I just have to sew across and I could stuff them. Yeah, here we go. Let me go back over here. All right, where did I put my scissors? There they are. Moving around a lot. So I'm just going to show you what it looks like to stuff that, and then I'm going to sew another row. So I'm going to make sure that my machine is threaded correctly. And while I'm threading this, I didn't get to talk to you about some new needles that we have, and they're called MR needles, and how nice they are. So if you haven't seen them, and since you have your coupon codes, go and check them out. So this is a time to get all those little accessories, those extra bobbins, your extra needles, extra threads, and items like that with that nice coupon that you're going to get. So, and use it for those accessories. So, okay. So I've got my scissors here. I'm just trying to take a little puff of batting. And I haven't closed it all off, so I could just stuff this right here. And you can just decide how much you want it. But if you make it too stuffy, it's like a doll, and it's not going to be as bouncy and as fun. So don't put too much in, just enough. And then I'm just going to do this side too. And now I'm just going to sew right down here and right across here. It's kind of fun and creative, so I hope you all will try it, because it's a lot of fun. I'm going to have to undo this just a little bit so I can sew across it. There we go. All right, so now I'm just going to fill this up just a little bit more. I'm going to bring my machine. I'm going to come, and I want to sew down right here. I want to sew the V, and then I'm going to come up across and then sew down right here to this point, and then bring it back up. And then I'm going to move across and sew here and then sew here. Okay, and I also need to sew right here. So it's just stitching in the ditch is what you're going to do. My camera is right there in my way, but I'm just going to bring my thread up. All right, let's go for it. Oh, I need a little more tension. And I'm going to use my hands again just to pull it across. Notice how this helps to kind of guide me. And I'm just using my fingers to span the width of it so I can get that extra little tension. And I'm going to go slow. I don't have to go fast. This is one of those things that you can go slow on. And you're going to move up my quilt. I'm going to go across. But boy, it makes fast work. All of these squares I just sewed on this morning and stuffed when I got here. Now I'm just going to keep going across and come down. Now I'm going to come across this way. And now I'm going to close it, and I'm just going to go back. And now I can go back up this way just to close this off. I just don't want to close my bottom off. And now I can come across again. And like I said, just go slow in your comfort zone. Okay, and I want to go all the way down on this one. Okay, now I want to kind of come back up. But I want to stuff it first, okay? So your bungee clamps would come in very handy. So I'm going to stuff in my bottom portion, and then I'm just going to sew around my diagonals. Okay, so and I don't have to close it off because I'm going to close it off with my next layer. So I just want to sew down here so that I get the look of my flower. There we go. And now I'm going to just come up this way, right here, and also pull it out. And if you get a little wrinkle, it's okay, because that's what a baby bubble quilt has, is a little wrinkle. So it's good to go. There we go. Okay, let me see. I've got to do these two down here. And so I'm not going to travel along it. I'll just make my cut. All right, so I've just got to travel down here. And then oops, that one's not so hot. There we go. And my last one is right here. And then I'm going to show you how to sew down it. So I'm going to just leave this one flat just to kind of give it a different look. And I'll go in and sew it down later. There we go. Okay, now let me show you how to do the next row. All right, and I'm going to sew down the sides here, but I'm just going to move on to the next row. So I'm going to pin the row on, and then I'm going to row it for you. So since I did mine in the order that I wanted them, this one here is going to go on next, and then I'm just going to show you how to sew across. Okay, so I don't want right sides up. I want wrong sides together. And then I'm just going to make sure that my seams kind of line up as close as possible. And then if you pin it up like this, you can move straight across without hitting your pin. So just put your pins in various locations. Just make sure that your seams are lining up as close as possible. Okay. And notice now that I'm getting into the puffy part. So I want to hold it down. And what's nice with these frames right here, because I'm floating, I can get underneath and it makes my pinning that much easier. Okay, almost done. I'm going to put one right here because I have a feeling that I don't want that to come up. There we go, and I want to pull that down just a little bit. Here we go. Almost all the way across. I'm sorry that it takes time to pin here. but it's one of those steps that's really important. Okay. And with the strip quilting, it is important to pin. And it does take another little step. And then you could use your channel locks if you wanted to. But I have chosen not to on this one here. But if you wanted to use them, yeah, go ahead, use them. It might help you a little, it might make it a little easier. And then I just want to pin this last one here. So notice that I pinned it more than one place straight across. And I'm just going to use my foot again to guide you. And then I'll just show you how I put the backing on my last thing. So, okay, I'm using my foot to guide me along about 1/4 of an inch, or roughly 1/4 of an inch. And I'm just going to move along using my hand again to help me pull it down. Okay, I can see I might be coming to that pin. It might be a little close. So I'm going to pull it out because I don't want to go over it. There we go. I was able to get that wrinkle out. That was nice. There we go. Now I get to show you how to stuff each of these baby bubbles. There we go. Do you remember what I did with my scissors? Oh, there they are. It's a problem with quilting. You lose things, and I lost my scissors there for a minute. All right, so now I'm going to roll it up a little bit. I'm just going to show you on this row here, okay, how I made the pockets and just hurry and stuff them. And I hope you're not too bored. Okay. So see, I have a little pucker right here. I'm not going to worry about that because when I stuff it, it's going to be just fine. So I'm just going to roll this up just a little bit more. I'm going to roll this up just a tad more. Oh, take the clips off, Karla. I just need to roll it up just a little bit for you. And you can see that I'm kind of leaning to one side. That's okay, because I'm not sewing it on a backing. And that's why I didn't, because I knew I'd have a tendency to go up one side or down the other. So when you're sewing it directly to the backing, you're going to have that line as you're sewing, and it's not going to be exactly straight. So just sew it to the batting. All right, so now I'm going to make my little pockets. And I'm just going to show you how I did it. I'm just move along here, and I'm going to pull it down as I go, as I'm quilting. So I'm just going to go right along the edge here, pulling it. Okay, so now I'm going to move off of that square and come over here so I can line up and then go up. And I'll just hold it with both my fingers and go up it. And now I can move along that square. And then I can come down. I just want to tighten this up. I didn't tighten it. There we go. Okay, so now I can move down this square. And then I can move across. And I can move up the square. So I have to just make sure that it's not folding up. And with your hopping foot moving up and down, yes, you can get past it. But that's how you make the squares, the little pockets, just moving across it. Easy. Okay, I'm just going to show you how I stuffed them. So you continue all the way across. And now I just take my little wad and you're just going to stuff them. And that's how you make your baby bubbles. Easy and quick and fast. And then once you get the process down, boy, you'll have the quilt done in no time. So now I'm just going to jump and show you how to put the backing on. So you're going to put the backing on using wrong side together. And I didn't sew this one up on purpose so that you could see how I did it. All right, so I took this off. So I put them wrong sides together. I sewed all the way around it. And then I left an opening here. And I just left it right here. And then I just pulled it right sides out. And I'm just going to whip stitch it. But I didn't want to whip stitch it until I showed you how I did this. And now, after you've sewn this, and you could sew it on the sewing machine, but I would rather see you whip stitch it so it has a blind stitch. I think it'll look a little nicer. But then you have this cute, soft baby bubble quilt that your kids are going to love and they're going to enjoy rolling on and playing with. So I hope you just take this technique and make it your own. And I look forward to seeing all the wonderful creations that you can create with the strip quilting.
Wonderful. With that, Karla, do you mind if I ask you just a couple questions as we kind of conclude part of this? There were a couple people, and I think we might have seen a little bit of this, but one of the questions is, do you close the bubbles before you add the next row? And I saw that there might have been a couple rows, or maybe how many rows did you close before you did that? Maybe share your thoughts and your insights on that.
I didn't close them at all. So notice on this row here, I haven't closed them at all. So what I did after I went through and I sewed them all up, so let me just go. Then I'm going to close this row at the same time as I put my next row on. That's when it gets closed. So I'm going to put my next row on and I'm going to just flip it up. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm just going to show you, okay?
So again, closing it happens when you go to apply the next row of items. So you do need to make sure they're stuffed, right? Before we come and put this one on there. So
and then
go ahead.
I pinned them.
Okay, that was
so
great.
I pinned them down so to make sure that the squares are in the right area. And that's what I did. So I pinned it and then I sewed across it. That was my strip piecing method. And then when you pull it over, you have your next row that you need to make your pockets. And that's how you make the strip as you go.
Good. Let me ask, this is an interesting question as well that I think would be, and let me bring myself up a little bit bigger on screen. And this question is, so could you add a different quilting pattern while adding the back to it? And maybe if I can look, I am sitting in front of a quilt. This is a strip quilt. This is not necessarily a baby bubble, but Karla, maybe ask that one a little bit. How, like, because I know on that strip quilt, I saw that there was an area that had a little bit of a different design. So what would be your thoughts to this question by Diane? So could you add a different quilting pattern when you add the back to it?
So you could go back and add a different design all you wanted and sew the back to it. So I could go back in this section right here because it's a flat section on this baby quilt. It doesn't have any puff or anything like that, but I could go back and do stripes all the way across. I could do a diagonal kind of like this, go in another direction to add another element, or I could have drawn around each of the animals. But then you'll notice that it will show up on your back. So if you want that design to show up on the back of your quilt, Yeah, just do it after, so you can make sure that it's nice and straight and even. With stuffing the bubbles in, that's why I didn't have it sewn down to the back. I knew that my tendency to get off and veer off in one direction or the other, because the puffiness would have you move your machine, would move the machine in one direction or the other. It wasn't going to be nice and straight. And that's why I didn't sew it to the back. But absolutely, you can sew the back. And if Nathan wants to lift it up, I can show you what the back of that strip quilt looks like with the line sewn across. So yes, you could do whatever you want.
Wonderful. Karla, I want to bring some of these other comments, and this is going to be good for you maybe to see as we go through these. This is awesome. And I think it just kind of shows you, Karla, about your innovation and how you're resonating with so many of the quilters that are watching today. And I thought this is great. This is one that I thought was good. Never would have guessed that you could just sew the rows while on the frame. And again, that's something that you've had an idea for quite some time. And this was a modification on that. So not even just sewing it as you go, but doing the partial piecework before and then using that as a section and then even doing the additional filling. I thought that was really fun. A couple of things, people just saying, loving it, Karla. They love what you're doing, Karla. Coming back down as I was going through some of this. This is an interesting, love this one, Karla. You're doing a great job. You're causing people to feel relaxed with this process.
Oh,
we think this is a good one. Another one, like someone can see this as part of what this means. Oh, I can see myself doing something like this in the future. Here's another, I love this one. It's just so genius, right? And I think, you know, the thought we brought up yesterday maybe would be, if you do have a granddaughter or a grandson or somebody, this would be, or somebody in the neighborhood who's just had a baby, this was one of those quick things you could put together, put on a frame. You might even try this off of the frame, but I thought that was great too. And then a lot of people think it's just absolutely adorable. Another one here would just be like, this is another comment, roulette revolutionary. So Karla, I just wanted you to see.
I like that. That's cool. It's so simple. Hey, I just want to make one comment about the relaxing. You know what? There really wasn't any pressure on me to make everything nice and straight and even like on your regular quilts. So I could have fun and relax. And that's why this is such a good project for you to get to learn and understand your frame and become actually a better quilter as you're using these techniques, because they really do help you relax and enjoy the process.
Wonderful. With that, Karla, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to talk about a couple other things here. So I know we have a couple other things to get ready for. So thank you, quilters, for being with us. We have a couple things coming up here in just a minute. We're going to be doing our giveaway. So be with me as we go through a couple last items. It looks like we continuously have more people joining on and off through today. So I just wanted to a shout out to a couple things that we started this morning with, and that's a thanks to you. Thank you, quilters, for joining us. Thanks for being with us. It's been wonderful. We love your participations. In fact, I would encourage you, as we're going through this, in the comments over on the side, you'll be able to add, and there's questions. We're really trying to get to each one of you if we can with some of those. And I know we have several different platforms where we're on those, helping, trying to engage. And I'm going to bring this back up. Just know, if there are questions, there are going to be some that we're not going to get to. So we appreciate your patience in this. I'm also going to say, reach out to us. Go ahead and give us a call. Call our 1-800 number, 1-800-264-0644, or you can log on to graceframe.com, and we have a live chat option. You can also email us as well, and we're going to be looking to get back with you. Now, we appreciate your patience. We know that in these kind of events, we do have an overwhelming amount of wonderful questions from you. We're hoping that what you're seeing, like this baby bubble quilt from Karla, is an inspirational piece, that you're looking and seeing that and thinking like, boy, that's resonating with me. We have a lot more that will be coming on, and this afternoon, as you stay with us, we're going to be Lizzie Allen's going to be on, and she's going to be talking about feather quilts and doing that for beginners. Because when I think of that, I go like, ooh, like I've tried some of that as I've quilted, and I will tell you, when people watch me, if they come to me like, oh, you look like you've done this for a while. No, I can fake a pretty good feather. But I'm curious to learn from Lizzie from the beginning side of this, and then I'm also curious because she's going to talk from both the beginning and the advanced side. So you're going to want to stay with us during that also. Coming up here shortly, just before the giveaway, we do have this period of time. We're going to talk about a couple other products as well. We've had, again, a lot of questions here over the last week and then over the last couple shows about some of the frames and some of the products. We're not going to spend a lot of time, but we are going to clarify some of that. And then I'm going to go ahead and bring my screen back up and just walk through a couple key things to make sure that you kind of all know as you come back later, or if you're going to come back tomorrow, a couple easy things to look at. I want to bring up your account dashboard, and this can be done by selecting when you log in. This is where you land. And so this is fun because you can see that there are a couple immediate events. And so we're trying to keep you updated on what's coming up, on what's happening. On the left-hand side, there is the home page, which takes us to the general. We've had a lot of questions about the coupons. So this is where you can access that again. I'm going to just pull that page up. And this is the page that has all sorts of coupons. And that includes items from the Grace Company website. Some of these items, like that light bar, is one that we're going to be giving away here in just a minute. Needles, different accessories for your machines. Down lower on, you'll see we're going to move into also several of the TrueCut items, and that is going to be on our TrueCut website. Earlier, Mark did a wonderful demonstration on our master cutting collection, and there are a lot of tools, and each one of those tools can be used independently. So like one of our hot items is the 360 circle cutter. I would ask and encourage you to reach out to your dealers to find their promotional specials as well. And we have a lot of great sales that we'll get into here a little bit to talk about some of those, but you'll see that we have the coupons here for you to access. And again, that is found on your dashboard, just over here on the left where it says see coupons. Also right below that is the event list. And this is where you can go scan other upcoming events that you're going to need to, that you're going to maybe want to set a reminder for it. That way it'll help you put it on the calendar and it will send you a reminder. One of our new technologies, you might not have signed up for the text messaging. You can go into your account profiles and add your phone number if you want. We're just trying to make that another convenient way for reminders. In fact, later today, if you have a text message, we're going to send a direct link to that coupon page. We've just had a lot of people. And so as we move forward, we're looking at trying to use technology, trying to make it a little bit easier for you to find the things you're looking for, both classes, discounts, coupons, and those type of things. Below that, you're going to see your quilt entries. If you by chance entered quilts, that's a great place to go. Generally, the vendor hall, and let me pop in here. Well, we're going to come back to that in a minute, but we're grateful for our vendors. And as we're kind of reviewing some of these things, you'll see our general Grace website, and then you'll see that you can also look at joining our community. And that community exists with a couple things. The simple part is that we do a newsletter once a month, and that newsletter is filled with hints and tips and tricks, promotions, insights. Also, we put usually if we're going to be coming out with a new product, what that is and what that might mean for you or how you can engage with that. So it's a wonderful newsletter. I would encourage you to sign up for that as well. A lot of you might have done that when you registered to say, yeah, I'd be interested in the newsletter. And those are a couple key things I thought would be great quickly to review. Lastly, again, thanks everybody behind the scenes. Thanks quilters for being with us and being patient. There's a lot of people that go into making this happen. In fact, in our studio, which is pretty crammed, we end up with, all of our talent, the Marks and the Karlas and everybody here on the stage. And we have a bunch of people behind helping us make sure things happen. And then a lot that helped us in part of the preparation. So just thanks to our marketing staffs, both internally and externally, and all those people who have helped really make this a possibility. And then thanks again to you quilters for being here. We understand and know that none of this is possible actually without you. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your questions. And with that being said, let's go ahead, and I think we're ready to bring back in Mark and Karla. So welcome on back, you two.
Yeah. So good to be back together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. One thing is we get into this, I had brought up this to Mark, and I bring this up because now is the time. Yes, we're giving stuff away. And so, yes, I have a captive audience. So thank you, captive audience. Thank you, quilters, for being with us. We have a newer item that, as it has been selling, there's been enormous questions that kind of come back in. And what I'd like to do is maybe open this section here for a brief bit. And I'm going to encourage you to come in with some comments and some questions that you feel you might have currently on some of the things that have been demonstrated. Some of that might relate to some classes that Karla has had. I'd like to do a Q&A section. And as we do this, I've asked Mark and Karla to share a little bit more. And if we can start off with you, Mark, again, a little bit about that Cutie tabletop frame. That is one of the items that we are giving away today, but maybe come back and tell me, why has that one received so many questions? Why is that resonating with a large group of our quilters that are out there?
Yeah, it's a great question. I want to say one of the main reasons why it's resonated so much with the quilters out there is because you can use your own machine, and it allows them to maybe grow in their hobby by moving away from their quilting or moving the fabric, and now they can move the machine on top of a frame, and they're not sacrificing the size of quilt. So you're getting a 4-foot frame, and you can do a 120-inch quilt on it, or you can do a bigger size quilt or anything smaller. So you're not sacrificing the size of quilt. So the cost, the size of quilt, the travel companion, the size of machine, and the list can go on, and exactly why this Cutie frame has been such a phenomenal out there on the quilting world. And it again allows the quilters to move forward in their quilting in their hobby.
Karla, any thoughts from you as you've engaged with quilters? And do you have you heard any stories from quilters that have been able to pick this up?
Yeah, well, with our Tuesdays with Grace, we were able to give away a Cutie frame, just like we're going to do today, and to Robin, and she has loved it, and it's been fun to get emails from her and how excited she is to be able to do what she loves, and she was just looking for that one little item to help her move forward in her progression, and the Cutie frame was that little frame. So she has been very excited. She was able to put her sewing machine on it, which she loves and she knows and she understands it, and move forward in her quilting process. And so now she's just ready to move forward and graduate to the next step and the next step and the next step, and the list goes on. So yeah, quilting is fun.
It is fun. Let me bring this up as well. One thing that, again, I have been able to see, it's just the patience of the quilters. We had a person go back and say, "Oh, like, we're selling a lot of the Cuties and it looks like it's on back order." It is, but that's good. Go put your order in, because we're getting a list. The sooner your name is on that, then the sooner you get it. And I tell you, we have plenty coming. So just let's make sure to get on that list. And thanks for your patience as we continue to anticipate the excitement of this event, and then through the sales of not only this product but others. Mark, I wanted to throw this out there really quick. This is some love for Mark. This one's from Cindy. She says, "Hey Mark, my husband thinks you not." Oh, sorry, Mark, maybe you can just briefly share why that is such a great system, and why so many customers have loved it once they've gotten that into their home.
Well, I'm afraid to share. I might just keep this quiet.
Man up and share it.
There are, no, I'm just kidding. That's great. And I know he's just kidding. The cutters just brought so much, I guess, stress relief and love towards quilting again. Over the years, the quilters have said, "Oh, I had to stop cutting and I couldn't do this anymore." And I just love, piecing the quilt is fun. But if you don't have the right tools and you're in pain, it's not so much fun anymore. And so a lot of quilters who are down that road and who have used the cutter are like, "Wow, I can resume, or I can now do what I love to do, and I've been doing it for so many years." And so, yeah, the cutter just brings to life so many aspects of quilting that you really never thought of, because you're just used to using the same cutter over and over and over. So here's a great tool to move forward.
Tell your husband you're actually saving money on
Yes,
fabric.
there you go. Yeah.
Because you're not wasting it on those cuts.
There you go. I love that.
I'll throw this out. Maybe in the comment, let me say, if you would like to use that as an excuse, go ahead and throw a 1 in. I'm curious. Hey, it's going to help save on the fabric waste because I'm going to have more accuracy in my cutting. Go ahead and throw a 1 in there. I'm curious to see what we get. With that, Karla, Mark, let me bring this one up. This is a really quick one, so we can just do a quick answer. It's common. It's, will any size sewing machine fit on the Cutie frame? So maybe just clarify what machine's up to, and a simple thing. Again, this is probably one of the most common questions we get.
Yeah, that's a great question, Taylor. So the size of sewing machine from a domestic size, as long as it fits with an 11.5 wide. All right. So from a domestic size, if your machine isn't 11.5 wide and it's 7 inches, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, all the way up to 19-inch machine, then it would fit. So it covers really the whole spectrum of those machines. Then up to our 19-inch machine, which is behind Karla right there. And even our 15. So again, the domestics, if it fits in the 11.5-inch tabletop or top table, let me say that again. If it fits on top of the carriage, 11.5 wide, then you're good to go up to 19 inches. That was a long-winded answer. I could have just said something simple, but I just love talking. So there you go.
That's great. And I think that's one of the other great things for all of our users is that has been meant to be as compatible as possible. I like to talk about one other key thing for you as a customer or quilter that's looking at maybe moving into that frame is you need to make sure you can lower your feed dogs, or you can turn it down to 0 so those feed dogs don't grab as the machine is moving, because you are free motion moving it. And that is one thing you will notice is, I believe, Karla, if you think about this with our quilters that get their hands on and they start to move the machine over the surface, it's like drawing. I find that there's literally an immediate bit of confidence because, oh, I can sign my name. Oh, I can kind of move in a circle. I can draw a stick figure, right? And that's the process they're picking up. So I think that's a great one. Let me bring this up. This had come up earlier too, and I don't want to spend a lot of time because we don't have a whole lot of time on this category. I'd like to get into doing the Plinko really quick and talk about a couple other things. But this is one where they were asking it because you've been demonstrating on that machine for such a long time, that 19. And the question is, outside of the size of the throat, can you give us just a couple quick pieces that really define the difference between a 15-inch Unique machine and our 19?
Yeah, absolutely. So just the quick difference is the 19 has a touchscreen. And let me maybe clarify, because we have two 15Rs that the 15 Pro has a lot of the features that the 19 has. So the 15R has what we call like an OLED screen. It's pretty much information of what the machine is outputting. So your stitches per inch, your needle down,
Your stitch mode.
That's what's on that screen. The 15 Pro has the same screen that the 19 does. So it has the touch screen. It also stitches 2,000 per minute, and that's what the 19 does as well. So the 19 or the 15R has a touch screen and it stitches faster, and the handles can extend out and you can move it to wherever it's more comfortable for you. Whereas the 15, the handlebars are fixed. On the 15R especially, you only get that information screen. So the 15 Pro has the same speed and same screen as the 19, and the 19 has the adjustable handles, and that's what really separates those machines apart, Nathan. Good question. And they can find out more too, like Nathan mentioned. They can go to our website and find out more of the differences between, but those are pretty much like the main differences between the machines.
Great. Let me go ahead and just bring this piece. One, I love this comment. This is great. It looks like somebody's prepping. She says, thank you, Becca. Oh, yay. My she shed will be well insulated with air to withstand our summers. It looks like someone's prepping for a bigger space this summer as they're moving into their she shed. So that's a really great one. A couple other people were asking, just so you know, we're going to get into these giveaways. In fact, let's look at this Plinko here. We're going to come up with a couple questions. We do have the bigger prizes like the Cutie frame. We are shipping those outside the US. The ones that we're doing live today that are not part of the pre-registration components are those who have registered for the event. We will be doing those to the contiguous 48. So that's really the continental 48 states for these live events that we're going to be doing right now with this quick couple giveaways on the Plinko. So I just wanted to clarify that here briefly as we get into that. So Karla, Mark, I'm going to throw this over your way, and the question's going to come to Karla. Oh, give us a first question. What do we have?
I have a really good one. Okay, we just had a wonderful trunk show from just a talented lady, and I want to know the name of the magazine that she started.
Great question.
So here we
One
go.
of my favorites.
One of your favorites. We're going to see what this is. So what we're looking for is the magazine that Jennifer, what's her name, is a part of, and it starts with that. Oh, just kidding. I'm not going to tell you what it starts with.
Oh, there we go. We got some.
There we go. We got several coming through. And what I would like to do is we're going to, if we're okay taking notes of this with my team, I want to go ahead and we're going to grab, because we really have a third category, which would be some of those on the gray side as well. And I want to bring a couple of them in for this one. So we're going to do a couple with that. But here we go. Let's go ahead and pull one. This will be, here we go. That is a correct answer. So primitive quilts.
Way to go, David.
David. So who's going to drop the Plinko chip for David? Someone drop that Plinko chip.
I got the first one. We'll lead off with me, and then we'll clean up with Karla. All right. We'll go here in the corner.
Okay.
We might just have Karla do it. Mine always ends up getting stuck. All right. The circle cutter.
This is awesome.
David, that circle cutter is yours.
Nice.
We
Circle cutter.
About the circle cutter. So you can do about 4 layers, 3 layers comfortably. You can do 4 layers of cutting, 2 to 12 inches, has a wide base so that it keeps the fabric nice and flat. And it has a safety feature on there, so you won't be cutting anything that you don't need to cut, but it's a great tool for all your circles.
Yes.
I love bringing this up again, Mark. We don't just go create something similar to everybody else. We go out and we find the biggest struggles and challenges. Again, think about this. Oh, I'm a quilter. If you've ever done a circle quilt, have you ever used a bowl or a plate? Or you've looked around your house, do I have the right size vase, right? Because you're going to be tracing some circles, probably most likely. This one goes from 2 to 12 inches, and it has this platform because a lot of the other circle cutters, they're open. And so when you go to push it, that fabric bunches, and I always feel like I would have to hold the fabric. This one solves all of that. And if you haven't watched Mark's demonstration, go back and take a look at that. It's fantastic. One last thing, David, for you, we're going to ask you to reach out. If you're here and you're winning these gifts, you need to contact Jana, Janna, at graceframe.com. If you'll send her and reach out to her, we'll be able to get you a redemption on this prize for you. So again, Jana at graceframe.com. We're going to go back because we have, we're going to go ahead and select the other winner here from the Facebook platform. And that's going to be Marty Swanson. So
right.
Congratulations.
I think I'm going to go right over
the other
here.
corner.
Oh, a True Sharp.
And the True Sharp. It traveled the
Yeah,
length
it
of
really
that whole side all the way down.
So the True Sharp 2, this is the electric sharpener, does wondrous. Think again, if you're a quilter, do you have more than one blade that you've been using? And the other question that I would have is, how long have you actually continued to cut with a blade when you know you really should have replaced it, and then it gets more dangerous and it gets more dull and you push harder and you're like, I only have 2 more cuts. With that, the nice thing is you now never have to cut with a dull blade. As soon as it starts getting dull, guess what? You just sharpen it back up. So congratulations on that. Marty, again, reach out to Jana, Janna, at graceframe.com. I'm going to reach over here and I'm going to come up with a name. I don't have this one here specifically, but I'll bring this up. We're going to go ahead and choose from part of the Grace side. We also have a third platform we're streaming on live, so thanks for joining us from that platform as well. I'm going to choose a Diane Aker. So there's a Diane Aker, D-I-A-N-A, Diana. So Diana Aker. If you're out there, Diana, and you know that I'm calling your name, we're going to be giving you, and let's go ahead and drop a Plinko chip for Diana. So Mark.
Like, I'm just reading her comments. She was just scrolling up there, so I saw her. All right, here we go. I'm going to go down the middle this time.
Awesome.
All right, if it gets stuck, I'm sorry. Oh.
Nice.
The Quilter's Creative Design Pro software. And so this software mainly allows you to digitize your patterns and print them out, and then get a laser or some way to trace them. So what a great tool it is, again, to grow your quilting world by having this to design all your patterns. And then you print them out, of course.
Yes.
There you go. And again, reach out to Jana jana@graceframe.com in order to redeem that gift with it. All right, let's go ahead and do this. Mark, let's come out with one more question, and then we're gonna move into one of our other bigger giveaways, and then we'll answer a couple other things, and we'll keep on moving through this. So Mark, what's the next question we want to ask? And we're gonna quickly pull 2 additional winners. We're gonna drop some Plinko chips for them.
Do you have that?
My question is for Karla. What question does she have?
I do. I have another one. We are going to have the opportunity to see a fabulous award-winning quilter later this afternoon. She's going to be the last class of the day. I'm not going to ask you her name. I'm going to ask you, well, I better ask you her name. I was going to ask you, okay, where she's from, number one, and what is her name? Because I'm so excited to watch this section. So I know that you will be too, because she's fabulous.
So Karla, with this, we're looking at a 2-part answer. Where is she from and what's her name? It's a little bit of a tricky one. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, it is.
While we're waiting for this to stream through, let me just throw this, one of the comments I'm seeing here, which is a little bit of a scary one regarding the last time we give away one of the sharpeners. This is, do not cut with the dull blade. If she did, she started and she slipped off. And what happens if you start pushing too hard and you start slipping? Anybody want to know? You usually cut yourself. Don't do that. So keep your blade sharp. But right now we're going to look at comments and winners. Here we go. We have a lot of correct answers, and I'm going to go ahead and pull this one up. This is one we have. And thank you, Rhea Spiegel. Elizabeth Allen, Australia is correct. She also goes by Lizzie. So Lizzie would be a correct answer to this one. So again, thank you. And who's dropping the Plinko chick for Elizabeth? I mean, for Rhea. Mark, dropping the Plinko. Let's get her a prize.
Yes. I was delaying that. I was asking Karla something.
I know, she was asking me something I couldn't hear.
It's like, what? What? All right, I'm sorry. All right. Oh, I just dropped it. And it's the True Sharp.
True Sharp 2.
Sharpener again.
Again, that's an $80 product, and you will be like, wow, I wish I would have bought this like 5 years ago. So, and then Mark, last time you were joking, sharpen them for your friends, sharpen them for your group. So now you do have the sharpener to continue to extend the lives of your blades. So it works with the push of the button. It's electric, it plugs in. So you will be able to have this. It has diamond grit stones. So those sharp stones will last the life of that sharpener. So it's a great product. So congratulations, Ray. And we're going to go ahead and pull another name here. And let me find this next one we have. Oh, I like this one. And here we go. Where'd it go? Congratulations to myself. Just kidding. Here we are. Here we go. Nancy Gray Rash.
Wow.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Okay, I'm going to go over here now.
Well, we're going to double up on this group. Hey, Nancy, we're going to get you a second roll. We're going to give you that. And because this is live, I can do what I want. Let's drop another Plinko chip and see what else she gets in addition to that one.
Oh, another quilter's creative design. So
well, there you go. That creator's quilt design allows you to print any size pattern you want. So that's great. So let's take that note down for Nancy. Again, really quick comment again. If you're in here and we're doing these live and you're winning, Jana is who you need to email. Jana@graceframe.com. JANNA@graceframe.com. Reach out to her to make sure you can redeem those. Let's go ahead and look. I'm going to talk about the couple key items that we're going to be giving away. We do have them queued up as far as the winners. One of the simple ones that we have, Mark, is the combination that we call our quilters combo with that sharpener. Let's go ahead and we're going to bring up the winner of this. Now, this is anybody who has registered. We went through and we randomly have selected from those pre-registrants and those registrants to select the winner in this particular bit. So right now we're not looking for comments. We would love to get your comments. But tell me a little bit about that quilters combo. And we did talk about that master cutting collection. And then Karla, you might think about this. If you were going to buy one ruler from Grace or one beginning system, like what would it be? To me, it's this product. And the question I have is, why would it be this product? That's what I want to ask the two of you.
So I'll start off. The quilters combo, Nathan, that's a great question. I would ask, and I know all the quilters, they have a particular ruler that they've been using or a cutter that they've been using. I know my wife was in that spot years ago. She was using the one cutter over and over because that's what she was used to. And until I brought home about 10 years ago, I brought home the comfort cutter to her, and she had changed over. And so for those out there who've been accustomed to using what they have, you are going to love this change or this transition to be using something that's user-friendly, that relieves all the stress and pain, and then you get able to be more accurate and more safe. And so this cutting system, what I think about the Quilter's Combo with the True Sharp, that gives you everything you need. It's right there on screen to really start cutting more accurate and being more safe. But I will tell you, even though the cutter looks a little off because it's the angle, absolutely not. It is very comfortable to use, and it has that guide on there with the ruler. So that is a fantastic package.
Let me just bring this up really quick too, and everybody who's out there listening, you don't want to have me show you this because you're going to all want to buy it. Like literally, we can be at events and people have tried. You can think about this. You probably give me a number 2 in the comments. Have you gone out to buy a cutter because you thought that you needed to fix some of that stress in your hand and your wrist? You were looking for a better solution. I want to see it too. I'm pretty sure that we all would put our hand up. We did a bunch of research and we looked out there and said, hey, what are some of your biggest challenges? What are your struggles? What do you wish could be solved? And if you think this is why the Cricuts of the world and all these electric cutters have become so popular, because the cutting process can be pretty tedious and it puts a lot of fatigue physically, right? This product was designed specifically to eliminate the stress. And so this combo gives you the longer ruler with that patented edge clip that goes over each other, and it makes it so that you end up with a lot more accuracy. And what we have found, and people tell us, they'll come up and they'll use this, and they're like, oh, I didn't feel like I even had to put any pressure. Well, you are, but what happens is that pressure gets transferred to your palm. And so no longer is it the tip, no longer is it the knuckle, no longer is it the wrist, no longer is it your arm, and the process transfers to the palm. If you think about standing up and getting up from a sitting down position, we use our palms to push. And so that actually transfers it directly to the blade. And we've had customers call, we've had customers write in, we have all sorts of stories of people who literally have told us that they could not quilt because they couldn't cut. And so they had to ask their friends, and it's a sister and it's a husband to help them cut all their quilts out. And we have them tell stories. I have now been able to get back to what I love most, because now I'm back and I'm empowered because I now have this tool that allows me to do that. So those are some of the stories. And I was going to just bring this up really quickly online. This is on sale. So this is on sale right now as a premium. We're giving it away, but it is on sale for 25% off. So I'm going to encourage you to use the coupon code, reach out there, get onto the TrueCut website and purchase it if you're not the lucky winner. But without any more ado, we do have the winner, and the winner of this great product. Hit the button. Oh, there we go. Judy Baker.
Good job, Judy. Oh, we're not doing Plinko.
Yeah, no. She's already a winner.
Yeah.
And Nathan is frozen.
So with that, we're going to go ahead and reach out, and we're going to be getting in touch with you, Judy, to get the key details we can to help you receive this. Again, if you are not a winner, we're going to encourage you to go pick one up. Go watch the Mark video. If you have questions, feel free again to log on to graceframe.com and chat, or give us a call. We're more than glad to talk to you about a couple other things. One of the next items is, I'm not sure if we have the overlay we can get on that light bar. And Mark, I'd like, Karla, to have you talk briefly about this light bar. Karla, I heard you earlier on the 19 talk about light, and you brought up this. Tell me a little bit about why this is such an amazing product to be winning.
Oh, good lighting is so important. Not only do you look better and thinner in good lighting, but you can thread your needles, you can see actually your quilt and the area, so you're not going to sew over your fingers and hands. It's just so important. And if you think these light bars aren't important, you're so wrong, because they're on casters. They're easy to move in and out of the way. So if you have a small quilting room, like I do, I'm able to move it from one side to the other so I can get to the back and turn on the machine and things like that. So those casters just make it so convenient, and I can't tell you how nice it is, how illuminating it is. It is.
Thank you very much. I want to kind of look for a couple other pictures. One of the things that we love about this is it is LED lighting. So it's very, very cool. It doesn't get hot. And the way we've made the shades is so that it can disperse out over your work surface. And so you're going to find that you can adjust it closer or lower. And Karla, I like how it says you always look better with good lighting. So true statement. So your machine does as well, right? So get this over your machine, get this over your cutting table. I find that even at home, when I'm doing things, more light just helps, right? I know our eyes change as we get a little bit older. And this is one of those, I talked yesterday, where are the lights in most of your rooms? They're in the center. So by the time you move your quilting machine or something out to the wall or it's pushed to the side, usually you're going to be creating a shadow because you'll be in front of you and probably your workstation. So by being able to bring the light directly over the top, it's great. So it's the true color. That also means you're going to get more of a daylight look. So you're going to get an accuracy in the colors of what you're looking at with your fabrics and your threads. Again, it's going to help you see things better. It's not hot, so it's not going to heat up your room. And you can adjust that to the right height and put it in the right place. It comes on casters, so you can wheel it around if you need to. So it's a wonderful product. So with that, we do have a new winner today on this one, and the winner is, here we go, Janice Roy.
Congratulations.
So Janice, again, we're going to reach out to you as a winner regarding this. So thank you for your participation in the registration and being here with us. And congratulations. That's exciting to see with what that is. And again, there is a coupon, lo and behold, for this product in the coupon set. I'm going to go ahead and just pop this up here, and then we're going to move to our last. But you can see this is the page here, and here is our coupons, and we have it at 20% off right here. It's called Spring Luminesce. So feel free to take advantage of that as well if you aren't if you're not the lucky winner. We are giving away a couple more of these over the next few days, so hopefully you're one of the lucky ones drawn. Last item that we're going to come up to here. Before we get to this last item, I want to do a couple more Plinko drops. Can we do that? Get a couple more people in here?
We sure can.
That we're going to do. So I know that there's another great question that has been prepped by Justice or somebody. Karla. Karla, anybody else have a great idea of another question I want to do to grab everybody and get them in here?
I do. I have
All right, go ahead, Karla.
Okay. So, and Nathan has never told you this, but he is actually the inventor of this product, and he just talked about it. And it's the ergonomic cutter. And what is the name of our ergonomic cutter? And it's thanks to Nathan over there. He invented that design. So I didn't know he did that. I just wanted to do a shout out to Nathan. Way to go.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a fun process. Again, our owner put out a challenge, and it started with baking clay. So what is this item that I invented? And I designed it, by the way. So learned solid modeling and designed that. Now we have it, and it's working wonders. So the question is, what is the name of that?
There you go. There's one.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
We're getting a lot. All right. We got some. True Cut is the name of the brand it falls under, right? So there we go. We're going to pull it up. We're going to pull this one right out of the way. Boom. Good job, R.S. Steinbeck. It is the My Comfort Cutter. So now this is what we're going to do, because you brought this up, Karla, and because I invented it and because we can. We're going to add this to whatever is won over on the board. So no matter what, we're going to give away the 45mm My Comfort Cutter plus whatever they win. If they win, I don't know, is there a cutter on that board?
There is a cutter. And
if we by chance land on that, we'll just throw down another chip to give her something else as well. So you already are going to get that, the people we're going to bring up. So congratulations, R.S. Steinbeck.
All right, R.S. I want you to send some of that My Comfort Cutter mojo to this Plinko
okay, Mark.
Plinko chip.
Maybe
so
rub it on your head. Good luck.
That's no, we won't do that. All right, here we go. I think it's going to be the lucky winner if I drop it right here, actually.
Okay.
Dang it. And there you go. You said the mojo, RS. It did land in the comfort cutter. So I think you're going to get.
Oh, we can't win for loose.
You sent a lot of mojo to the RS Plinko.
Let's just add some rulers and grips to it too.
So what was the other one? We think she gets another drop. We said.
Yeah, no, landed in the same. My comfort.
So then we're throwing another one in. We said that if it lands that, we're dropping another chip. What else she get? What else does she get?
Oh, jeez.
The circle cutter.
A circle cutter.
There you go. You get the 360 circle cutter. So there you go, RS Steinbeck. And then the next person we're going to choose here with
and make sure the RS, correct, please email Jana too. So
there you go. Yep. You need to email Jana at GraceFrame. Let me quickly roll that up while I'm looking at this next one. You need to email Jana. And then here is our next winner. Here we go. Jeanette Yeager. Woo!
All right.
Now, again, remember, they get the comfort cutter anyway. So if they land in it, you're still dropping another Plinko. We're going to give them something else in addition to.
Keep doing it. Yeah. So here's yours Plinko chip. It's going to go down. This is going in the comfort cutter as well. I'm going to go right here.
All right.
The circle cutter. The circle cutter. So drop it. I'll have Karla drop it. Mine gets stuck, so Karla, go ahead and drop it down.
No, that works. That's good. We'll do the circle cutter. That's a great combo, by the way. Circle cutter's worth $40. That cutter is worth $32. That's a pretty great combo. You're going to end up with two great tools designed that make cutting both straight lines and the circles seamless. And so you're going to love them. So again, congratulations, Janet, on that one. And again, remember, please reach out to Jana at graceframe.com. With that, we're going to move into this last giveaway as we're going to do so. But before we do this product, this is the Cutie. I don't know if we can get a picture up on the site really quick. And then I'm going to bring something else up here in a minute. But can we get that picture up? I'm going to go ahead and go into this. And then I'm going to show this on my screen here in a minute. But that is the Cutie frame. And what I'm excited about is what this can do for you. So let me go ahead and play this. This is going to be playing without sound, but I want you to kind of watch this. We're going to bring up my screen here, and I'm going to put this on top. This is a quick little blip of that frame, and I love what this shows us. It shows how easy it is that you can quilt on any table. Here's Courtney showing you putting it on a table. It does not require any tools, and I'm going to have Mark and Karla tell us a little bit more about this, and this is what we are giving away. And so you can sit down, you can adjust those handles. It's easy to stow. We think that this has been one of the biggest challenges that we've had out there, was people having enough room and space. And so then it works with your domestics to your mid arms, clear up to that 19. So I love part of what that is. So Mark, we did bring that up with a couple questions a little bit earlier. Is there anything else you would like to talk about before we give this away as just a little bit that we can get everybody excited with? Or maybe some things they should keep in mind, Mark, as they are calling through and talking with your team as far as the ordering process at all that you'd think would be good to share with them right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So with the order process, when you call and talk, the name of the machine is always good, even though we know it's going to fit. But just any questions you have as far as like the tabletop. I know people ask about the tabletop that this could go on. That information can be found on the website, but at least 33 inches wide and probably about a little over 4 feet in length on the table is for to sit on. Outside of that, the Cutie frame has been no tools needed. And so it's one of those frames that really is user friendly. All the frames that we have has tool at some point to adjust or to move. This one has none. You don't need any tools to adjust it. But more importantly, the frame itself is pretty much an accessory to the machine that you have. And so it sits right on the table. There's no wear and tear. Nothing's happening to it. The tracks that it rides on potentially can over time have that because you're riding along the track. But for the most part, this frame is very sturdy, very strong, very well put together, and it's very easy to assemble. So it's every quilter's dream when it's talked about how hard is it to assemble. I'm moving the fabric around. What do you have for solutions? So it's great. What are your thoughts?
Oh, it's a must. It's so much fun to use. I'm lucky. I get to test all of our new products, and I was testing this over a year ago and having so much fun and so excited to be able to now present you with the Cutie frame. And we knew it was going to revolutionize and get a whole new demographic into quilting and design and stuff like that, but we had no idea that it was going to be received this well. It's very exciting.
Absolutely. Now they handed this box to me, and I'm going to show you how this comes to your front door. This is the box. You can see it.
So Mark, let me ask this question. What else do they need besides that box?
Well, they'll need the product.
The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. Every single thing is included in that box, right? Doesn't it come with the upper carriage? Doesn't it come with the bottom carriage?
It does.
Yep, it comes all the entire setup except for the machine you see behind me comes in this box. So your entire frame, your carriage, your top plate, your handlebar, that is all in this nice box that gets shipped directly from us to you. So it's just very compact and very, very cute.
With that, Mark, I want to bring up, think about this if you're out there and you've quilted, and I'm curious if you would throw a 2 in here. Have you ever thought, boy, you're just going to have to give away an entire bedroom for quilting, right? Like, I'm pretty sure if I'm going to ask you, that's a 2. The other thing you're going to think of, I don't know if I can even put this stuff together. Like, I'm thinking long arm. Oh, I probably need to have a dealer. There needs to be a professional. Someone's going to have to come out. I'm going to need help bringing it into my house. The whole idea around this is, if you look at that box in front of Mark, it includes the entire frame and everything that's required in order to get it set up. And then again, if you need to stow it, it actually stays together and it's incredibly rigid, so it's easy to put into a closet. The top carriage and that bottom carriage, we did a demonstration earlier that showed you how easy it is to remove those. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And I'm going to throw a couple comments out here. This is what people are saying. Boy, it'd be convenient to use. I love this one. I want this cutie. I'm guessing there's a lot of people. I love this one. I threw this one up earlier from Lisa. I love that you're making quilting possible for everyone. And again, a lot of people, they're seeing a lot of excitement. And here's someone, obviously they've already taken over more than one bedroom. And those kind of things. So it's fun to see all these different comments, but that's what we're seeing with this product. So we're going to go ahead and announce the winner. And the winner of this is going to be
Gloria
Taylor.
Gloria Taylor. So Gloria, we are going to reach out to you and we're going to contact you to get the details we need to send this to you. So thanks everybody else who's been with us. We're really excited about this next section, actually. And with that, we're going to bring in, and let me maybe go ahead and put myself up here for just a second as they kind of get that ready here in the background. But we're excited. We're really stoked about what we're going to be showing you next here. It's a sneak peek into another accessory that we have for the domestic machines that are out there. And we're going to let Karla tell you a little bit about what that is, but we've been working on this. We've already had a product like this for quite some time called the SureStitch, which is a stitch regulator. And we're really excited to talk about this new item called the SureStitch Elite. And with that, we're really excited to have a couple things happen as we're doing this. We're going to invite Alyssa back in, who is on Karla's team as one of the educators, and we're going to be hearing a little bit more from them. Really quick, let me just kind of bring this back up as we're in between that. Understanding and knowing that there are a couple sales pages for you to look at if you're in your account. On your dashboard, you can actually just come down. If you want to look at shop the cell, which is found on the left, it will bring you here. And here's where you can see that there's more information on that cutie with what it is. And obviously, if you shop now, it will take you to that page. You can learn a little bit more. There's quite a bit of details. And then on the Grace Frame site, if you go up top where it says machine frames, you can also select all the different frames that we have. And so this is a great page to come in. This is where that video was that I showed you. And as we're going down, this is a great thing. It talks about a couple things. It works with your machine. It's the space saving. It's an affordable option. Again, there's no limit to the size of the quilts that you can do, up to king size quilts with this frame as well. So again, this is what we just gave away. Great for free motion. And that talks about the process like a pen or pencil over the surface. I love this picture here for just a minute. This is showing us the expansion of using both your domestic machine and starting there, but it works with 15 and 19. So the system can expand with you as your skill sets expand. And that's why I think it's such a non-intimidating frame or a friendly or an approachable frame. Again, this is the size. This is another really big question. Let me quickly answer this. The frame base itself is 48. You do need a 4-foot wide table. So you do need a 4-foot wide, and you can do that. The base on its own is right around 30 and 33. So you can use a folding table. Some people have asked, is that strong enough? Is it sturdy enough? And we've done testing with up to the 19 and you can fully computer automate your systems on this frame. So just because it's a smaller frame does not limit any of your functionality as well. So if you end up getting into the 15, and in fact, we have computer automation for a lot of the domestic machines for several of the brands. If it's Brother, we have a huge list. If it's Baby Lock, we have a huge list. If it's Bernina, huge list. Viking, Pfaff, Juki, a lot of those, all those different brands, and we do have automation with several of the select machines. So be reaching out. In fact, that's a good pre-answer to the question that will come up, because what you're going to see is this amazing new stitch regulation unit, and you're going to say, first, does it work with my machine? And an easy thing to say is anything that we have a speed control system, or that would work with our old stitch regulator. We have that for all. This new stitch regulator works with all of those as well. So again, I like to show you the size. The folding tables, again, work really, really well. In fact, it works almost better than on some others. It works really great. The frame has been made to be independent, so it does not require that surface. So it's a strong enough frame to be on its own, but obviously it works with that too. People are saying all sorts of things. This frame's great. It's been a game changer. I love the convenience. I never quilted anything before, and the Cutie frame makes it so much easier. I'm so glad I decided to buy it. And again, this has been new to us in January. And again, even though we're receiving a lot of orders on this, please put your name in, or you're just going to fall a little farther down the list if you've had any interest in doing this. And the other thing that we bring up is, if you're not familiar, you spend some time on this page. It talks about zone quilting. So it brings up the fact that you start in one area, you quilt through that area, the quilt then gets shifted across the top of the surface of the frame, you clip it back on, you then continue quilting. And this is actually how you can quilt any size quilt on the Cutie frame. And these are the questions. Will my machine work? Can I disengage my feed dogs? You need to make sure that they are disengageable. I love talking about the base of that Cutie. As long as your machine fits narrower than that, pretty much the length works. We've had a lot of people ask about some of their 16 sit downs. As long as you can have access to your foot pedal, then your machine can sit on this surface. Does my machine have a foot pedal? If your machine has a foot pedal, that's the key thing, because you do use the foot pedal unless we do have compatibility with stitch regulation, or what we call a speed control. But if you're having questions on those, please feel free to give us a ring and give us a call so that we can answer some of those additional things. So I love kind of just working through that as a quick recap. Quilt any. Give yourself, well, one of the things we like to talk about is give your quilting a boost by getting this. This is your machine's best friend. Thank you very much. We're good to go here. We're going to be looking at moving back in, and we're going to bring Karla and Alyssa on here. So welcome back, the two of you. So this is part of our sneak peek, and so I'm going to let you guys take control and tell us how exciting this new product is. Tell us all about.
This is so exciting. Yeah, and we're excited to jump right in and show you a sneak peek. Now remember, this is a sneak peek. We don't have pricing yet, but you are the first to get to see this fabulous new SureStitch Elite. And we're going to show you all these cool new features. And some of them are even patent pending, because they're that cool and that exciting. So I'm going to show Alyssa all these fun features on our SureStitch Elite. So let me just walk you through. So Courtney, I want to make sure that we're able to see how it works, okay? So it's going to work, and it's going to come with the same parts that you would get with your regular SureStitch, okay?
Cool.
However, it has one cool feature that the old one doesn't have. And what's different about the screen from the old one?
So it's like a touch screen.
It's a touch screen. So you're able to touch and make your settings. So depending on what camera that we're at, this is your touch screen. So I'm going to show you the first cool feature is it looks a little different because you don't have the little numbers to push the buttons up and down. You make all your adjustments through the touch screen. And you can see that we have our stitch length, plus or minus, so we can raise and lower our stitches. We can have preset stitches, so you can preset the stitches that you like. So that's what the 7, 10, and 12 is, so that you can go in and decide, oh, I like a regular 10 stitches per inch, or I want it to set it to 14 and 13. So you can make those settings yourself. Then it has a little scissor. and it's a cutter feature. So you don't have to reach up behind your machine. You can just cut your threads right there with the cutter. And it also, this is the start stop button. So when I push the start stop button, you can just turn it on. I'll let Alyssa do it. So just start it right there.
Whoa.
And then you can just stop it the same way.
Cool.
Yeah, so that's just the screen itself. There's so much more. All right, so let's tap on the little settings dial right here. All right, so now we're in our settings. And this is where a lot of cool things happen that make it a little different. So let's tap on the display settings right there at the top. Okay, with the display settings, you can change the color of your display screen. So if you'll tap on it, show them all the pretty colors. So that we've got the green, the purple, and a little darker black, and a blue, and a white. So you can have fun, you know, picking out the color that you like and that will set on it. So yeah, let's get out of that one. And now we're just going to hit the settings again. Let's go into the machine settings. So this is also exciting because this is where you pick out your sewing machine. And so if you have a Juki or if you have a Viking or Thoth, you will go in and pick your machine to set it. Then it also has an idle speed. This idle speed is really exciting because it allows you to set how fast or slow you want your needle to move up and down. So you get to decide. And it also has an overspeed. What the overspeed does, Alyssa, is as you're moving along, we have it on here. And let's just show you. We're going to go back into our home screen. So the overspeed just tells you you're moving faster than actually the sewing machine can sew, so slow down. Cool. So just turn it on and start moving a little faster. You can hear it. It's going to beep at you, so slow it down. And you get the little stop, start, it'll tell you to slow it down. So move it a little faster. And you see it goes red. So that's your overspeed. It really helps keep your quilts nice and your stitches looking nice and consistent. Because even with stitch regulation, you can max out how fast your sewing machine can sew. So slow down that speed if you don't know your design, but speed it up if you do. So you can go a little faster. Let's go back into the settings. All right, let's go into the tools. All right, here are some neat, cool features. So we have a measure tool, something that we've never had before on the SureStitch. So you can measure the distance between your block if you need to. You also have a calculator. So let's go into the measure tool.
Should we cut the thread?
Let's cut our thread right here. Yeah, go into the measure and tap on that. Okay, so now here's your measure tool screen. Let's bring it over here so Courtney can, and we'll just measure this one right here, just a little ways. And then we're going to start, and then we're going to move down and then put our end. And there's our measurement. So it's measured how far she's measured in between. So kind of a fun little tool, and then she can clear it out and start all over. All right, so let's go back out of this. And you can do it in inches or centimeters, whatever country you're from. And now let's go back into it and show them the calculator. And the calculator really works. So if you have to measure how many blocks, you can just do your 7 times or divided by to figure out.
Whoa.
Yeah, so you can have fun with the calculator. That's a neat little feature that will help you decide how many inches across or how large you want your design to be. So some important things that will help you become a better quilter. Sorry. I get excited, so I use my hands. So anyway, now let's go back into the settings because we have one more really cool feature that I'm really excited about. Just go back in the tools, and it's an edge warning. If you've ever been in a car and you've used the warning tools as you're backing up the car and it starts beeping at you, well, that's what the edge warning tool. This is our patented feature that I've been excited to show you. The The edge warning works really well on the hoop frames, or if you're using a rolling frame and you want to know that you're getting close to the take-up pole or the side of your machine. So what it does is it will warn you. So let's go in, tap on the edge warning. And so it's off right now, so we're just going to turn it on, and we'll do a 1/2 inch. Okay, and let's just move up. So we're going to move up here as far as we could go, and it's going to start warning us a 1/2 inch before we get there, so we're not going to hit the back. So that's our upper left. And let's go down here to our lower right, and we're going to tap on that one. Hope I got it. I heard it beep. Now we can go back into it, and we can start. And it's going to start beeping at you. Hear that? It means that you're getting close to that edge, so stay away from it so you don't ruin your design. Very cool, exciting feature. Wow. It's pretty fun, especially on the hoop frame, because you have your hoop there, your quilt draped over the sides, so you don't know where you are in relation to the poles on the side. So this edge warning tool is really going to help you. So, yeah.
Cool.
Kind of a cool, neat feature, and soon to come on more products. So we're very excited about that. So anyway, let's just show them the last little features on this. And let's go into our support so we can see it. And there we have it in front of it. So you have your firmware revision for your updates and things like that. And then you have our support at graceframe.com, or call us, our 1-800. And so this is so cool. It's fun, isn't it?
Yes.
So what do you
super
think?
helpful. I think this is awesome. I love the warnings here. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the automation, because when you use the automation, you get out of your safe area, you start getting close to it. It's like, oh, hey, you're getting close to your safe area. So if any of our listeners are familiar with the automation, that's always really helpful. But in this case, you don't have something there saying, oh, you're getting close, but now you do. That's so helpful. Yeah. That makes me so excited.
And you can personalize it and make it your own. So we're just really excited to introduce our SureStitch Elite coming soon. So just get really excited about it, and I'm sure you're going to want one. So
they definitely are. Karla, really quick, going back to that, one of those last features, one is I love the fact that I use this, and I had it attached to a simple standard domestic machine that didn't actually have a screen. And I kind of the thought I had is, how did we take that smarts and how do we bring that how do we make it, like, how did it have a screen? How do we make this machine smarter? And I have a lot of questions coming through. So a couple key things. Again, stitch regulation is to maintain equal stitches. The other bigger thing, Karla, is you talked about this edge warning. When you have a machine that's on a frame, tell people quickly what that means. When they go, the machine might run into what? And so why is it good to have this warning sensor that helps keep them within the space of the frame? Or maybe Alyssa, either one of you.
Yeah, well, the important thing is that it can really mess up your design as you're quilting. So I want to make sure that the camera, so I'm just going to cut it right here. So as you're quilting along, especially if you have a king size quilt draped over your hoop frame, you don't know, because you're so involved in your quilting, when you're getting to close enough to the edge and that you're going to hit. And it can really mess up your stitch. And it'll make you have this nice straight stitch, and you don't want that. So having that warning that you're getting close, or that you were in a 1/2 inch, it can help you adjust your design so you're staying away from hitting that side, or the back, or the front, or the back of your machine or the front of your machine, so that you're not hitting the foot and making the needle come out. A lot of the machines have a spring-loaded needle, and if you hit the front right here, it'll make the needle come out. So it's really, the features of this and the importance of that edge warning it just goes on and on.
It is. Yeah. Go ahead, Alyssa. Yeah.
That I was thinking about would be really helpful with this is just kind of pattern cohesion. Because, when you're working on a pattern and you get too close to the rail, you're not going to be able to finish it if you get too close to that rail and the machine won't move forward enough. Same thing, if you're working, like Karla said, in a larger quilt, this is a very small one, but if you're working in one that you have draped over the side, you're going to want to set that edge to be, so far from where your last pattern started so that you're not overlapping or having a big gap there. You want to keep that pattern cohesion going. And so I think one thing that just came to mind as we were working on that, I think that this edge warning is going to be super helpful for that kind of pattern cohesion as well.
What? Yeah, wonderful. It is. So again, thank you very much. We're really excited. Thanks, Alyssa, for joining for part of this. Thank you, Karla, for introducing this new, amazing sneak peek. Woo! It's great. It's going to be coming up. So that's really, really exciting. It's been something we've been working on for a while, and we're glad that it is here almost. So stay tuned for that one. So with that, again, we wanted to say thanks to all of our other participants, Karla's and Mark's and Alyssa's and all those others that we've been able to be on with. We're getting ready here. We're wanting to get right here into Lizzie Allen and her presentation. But again, thanks all of you. We're excited about what we have coming up over the next hour with feathering. You'll probably have questions about that SureStitch Elite. Make sure to subscribe to our newsletter if you aren't already doing so. We're going to let you know when we get closer to what that is. We're going to have a lot more information that gives you some better insights on how this really can help actually improve your stitching, make quilting easier for your process. And I just get a lot of questions on a lot of the machines. We're going to encourage you to reach out and contact Grace Company representative for that one with what we have. Later on as well, I'm going to tell you right now, actually look at visiting your dealers' websites and contacting your dealers. Our Grace Frame products are throughout the world. So whether you're international or here within the States, we have several dealers. Reach out to them. They're running a lot of these promotions, and they're going to have and carry all these products as well. So with this, I'm going to go ahead and introduce. We're going to bring on stage with us here, which is great. Let me go ahead and make sure we're good. And we're going to get Lizzie Allen going, and she's going to walk us through the next part of what we have. So we're really excited about all this. And here we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Lizzie Allen from Thimble and Thread Quilting. I'm a Grace Ambassador and a National Educator, and I live in Victoria, Australia. And today we're going to do a fun, creative little class on creating feathers. So thank you for joining me, and let's start. In this class, I'm going to cover 4 or 5 different methods of quilting feathers. As long arm quilters, we sort of feel that the moment we can quilt a perfect, beautiful feather, that we've climbed Mount Everest, we've reached the top. Now, there's several different ways to quilt these feathers. None of them are right or wrong. You will find your preferred method, and hopefully I can show you some of the methods that I started when I was beginning to achieve great feathers. So I'm going to start off with some paper and we're going to draw them. This is a key element to learning how to quilt feathers. For me, even before I start quilting on a big quilt, I will sit down and draw the feather for a couple of different reasons. They all talk about muscle memory, the way to go about it. For me, it gives me direction and confidence that I know which way I'm traveling, what's the preferred way for this particular quilt for me to quilt. So I'm going to get down, and first of all, I'm going to show you drawing 3 or 4 different ones, and then how we take that, we've got the muscle memory, and we'll go over to my machine, which is not in the video, so I'll just move up. So this is Grace. She is my Unique Pro 21. We are best friends. Love her to the moon and back. So hopefully when I quilt on the machine, they'll be nice and clear and help you on your journey to creating fun and stunning feathers that are to die for. So let's get started. Okay, so I've got my piece of paper and I've just got a black marker, and I'm going to draw what is known as the traditional feather. Now, I can actually quilt better than I can draw, so just stay with me. Now, the traditional feather is what we call a backtrack feather. So what we essentially did was we quilted the spine, so we just have a curve. Then we put a teardrop actually on the top. And then what we were to do is backtrack back down the spine. And then I like to refer to this as like half a heart. It's a teardrop again, and basically you would draw half the heart, and then you would backtrack back on that feather and come in, back to the spine, in, travel further down, backtrack and around. And the idea of drawing is you want to draw it the way you would quilt it. So essentially, you don't really lift the pen up. You want to get that fluid movement. So it's up and back, up and back. And these were traditionally found on a lot of the older quilts that are out there, and you'll notice that they're quite thin and elongated. So we travel and then we go back. Now, some quilters can come over to the left hand side and start going in the reverse. So you travel back down, and just move the paper so you can see a little bit better. So travel back, and you've got to bring yourself down, make sure that you connect to this spine, and travel, and travel, and travel. Okay. And you're down at the bottom. One of the other ways of doing it is simply quilt your spine with the teardrop on top. Then travel back down to the bottom. So you'd be traveling back down in this direction. And then you would do the same thing. So you're backtracking. They get very short. And when you are up the top, a lot of quilters would travel back down to this position and do the same thing, backtracking. And what that means is that you end up with 3 rows of stitching on the spine, so it can look thread heavy. Some people will actually quilt in the opposite direction, so they will start here at the top, quilt their spine so they're at the bottom, and then start their backtrack feather. Get to the top and actually place their, I call this the teardrop at the top, and then travel back down. Okay, and then start the feather. One of the other things that you can do if you plan to echo is start here at the top, do your spine, travel down, do the right hand side of the plume of the feather, and then after you've done your tier here, instead of traveling back down the spine if you're not confident, you can actually sneak out and echo your way back to the bottom. And it's great because our quilting feet are 1/4 inch, so using your foot as a guide, you just literally echo back. Then you're down at the bottom again, and you can do the left hand side of the plume. Then of course, do exactly the same thing, sneak your way out and echo back down to the bottom position. So when I started, and I was really, really nervous, and I just wanted to do feathers, one of the things that I did to help myself was I started at the top and I did my spine, came down. And what I did is, just to get the motion, I literally quilted just the plume. And what you'll see is this is not a backtrack feather. So it was okay because none of them were backtracked. So and then it gave me that fudge factor. So if everything's the same, it looks like I've done it deliberately. I don't actually have to worry about the fact that I wasn't backtracking, and then I would travel back down to the bottom and do the same thing. And when they're all put together, they do look okay. I'm really happy with it because it's uniform. So I'll just flip over. To get the motion in my head and to decide how I was going to do this, we usually have mastered the pebble and the curlicue. So what I did is I'd start at the top and I'd create the spine and I'd come down. And this is what I called the hook feather. So what it was is I could go hook, back, hook, back. And what this did is this taught me to stop at the tip of the top of the plume here, but also to travel back to the spine here and connect. And then what I did is I just keep traveling up to create that hook feather. It was just a little bit more forgiving. And then to make it more interesting, because I was so nervous about backtracking back down this spine, because this was a double line hook, I would do my hook at the top, which would be normally my teardrop, and I'd come in, and what I'd do is as I travelled back down, using my foot as a guide, I did a double spine. So there was no backtracking. Now I'm back at the bottom and I can once again do my hook feather. And you know, it's perfectly okay if I didn't want to echo to stop in this position. Just lock off those threads and bury them later. So that's what we traditionally call a fancy feather. It's a hook feather. It's not what we would normally call a traditional backtrack feather, which, and then do mine. Now, it's taken me years to decide to be able to go up the right-hand side and down the left. It's all part of our journey in learning that muscle memory. Now, the other one that I want to show you is what a lot of people call the hump and bump feather. And this has become one of my favorites because it's very hard to when you have a border that's actually quite large. When you do this traditional feather with the plume and it's a backtrack, it's very hard to travel all the way out and then travel all the way perfectly backtracking when they're very long plumes. So this is the fun thing about this new method that I'll show you, which is what we call the hump and bump feather. So basically, once again, I'm going to start at the top and I'm going to draw a spine. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the red pen and draw some registration lines where I want this feather to come out to. So I'm down here at the bottom, and once again I have to create that half heart. So I'm going to go up and travel and come back, and I've created the first plume, and it's much easier to travel that far and out. And then what I do is you sneak back up the spine, but this is the hump. And then what I'm going to do is I'm only going to backtrack to the top of the plume and come in and create another one. And this is why we call it the hump. So then I travel up, create the hump, travel back and in. And you can see I can really bring this plume out, especially on a wide border. So that's a humpback, and then basically it's entirely up to you whether you travel back down the spine and push yourself out. So naturally I need that half heart and then hump back. And you can actually see that these have got quite fat. So when you want a custom quilted border and it's a 6.5, 7 inch border, these are really, really easy to push out. But I'm going to go over to the machine now and I'm going to show you how I stitch some of these out, and I'm going to show you how we do them, how I break them up in borders, because giving ourselves some registration lines and what I call cheaters, so my brain will see those and help me intercept what I actually need to do. So let's go over to the machine and stitch out some fun feathers. Okay, so the first feather I'm going to show you is what I call the hook feather. So I'm just going to come up here and just do a nice gentle curve to start off with, lock those stitches off. And then what we're going to do is we're going to travel down the spine and we're going to create our first hook. Nice and round, double back. Nice and round, double back. Travel back down the spine. And then round and to the other side. And then when we get to the top, I'm just going to put a nice little hook in the top. Travel back down and lock those threads off. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just sneak across here and I'm just going to draw. And we'll do what they call the traditional feather. So let's lock those off. Now, once again, I'm going to start at the top of the feather and I'm going to just trim those, come down. Now, remember, the traditional feather is what we refer to as the backtrack. And so a lot of people found it really hard to travel out. So, of course, we start out with our first plume, half feather, half heart, whatever you want to call it. So here we are. And then we have to backtrack up that spine. Back down and of course come through to the other side. Now it's really interesting, so if you get to this point and you think, well, if I travel back round and I'm going to end up with a space in here, one of the fun ways of filling it is to do this. of course, just lock those threads off and trim them. And if you prefer to bury your threads, which is what I like to do, that's perfectly okay. Now let's stitch out a hump and bump. So we'll just draw a nice little area with the spine. Okay. Alright, so lock those off. Well, I think I just cut my needle thread. No? Okay. Alright, here we go. So, doing the spine. Then our first half part. Travelling up. Doing our hump. Our bump. Now you just saw it is easier with the hump and bump to bring them back down into this area. And then of course put my little teardrop and it's finished. And just trim those. So now you know why a lot of people really, the hump and bump became so popular. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do a border hump and bump. So this is our border hump and bump, and I have drawn some registration lines just so that it gives me an idea, and it should also actually help you guys. So of course the first thing I want to do is I'm going to start down here, and this is if I was going to do it like a continuous border right round a quilt. So here we go. So of course I'm going to do the spine. Now I've reached my center point, so at this point is where I put my tiering, and then I can start my hump and bump. Now I want to be respectful of that junction. Okay, so I've done that. Now I'm going to come up, do my feather, draw my 45, and this will help me go around the corner. So just travel on. Now really ideally I should have travelled further down the hump to create a much nicer bump there. Course, at this point I'd travel just back, lock off those stitches, and and go back to the center and do the other side of it. And when you're doing a big border on the quilt, it is worthwhile stopping and starting and locking them off, especially if you don't want your spine to look really, really thread heavy. So here we go, we'll do our So you can see that I've stopped the feathers at that junction point, that registration. So I'll just hopefully you can see I did a better job here because I travelled further round the point, and that so when I did it up the top there, I didn't come round far enough in this direction. And it's something that we learn over time to just keep trying. So I bring it round to that junction. Makes for a much nicer feather. So that's the first one that we do, showing you the 45 corner, and this is great. This is what I'd predominantly do on a quilt that I really didn't want to turn the borders. I would just literally do my feathers as I went along. And of course, here's the junction in the center. So naturally I'd come down to this end and once again start. My tier, start my first hump bump. See, this is much better than over here. It's never ever be frightened to warm up before you start a quilt. So in the morning, if you want to do feather borders, just pop a bit of scrap on, get your muscle movement and your mojo in, and honestly, they'll start to do the easiest things that you ever do. Okay, so I'll just move that out of the way. And let's see if you can get it. So you can see, so that's just the hump bump feather. It's really, really quite fast. So let's have some fun, and I'll show you some sashings. Okay, so this is a great one for a very wide border when you think, oh, I'm not going to be good enough to fill it completely with feathers. It also adds reference and interest to our quilt. So I'm going to use some of my budget circles and ovals, and I'll just show you how I would create a quick little swag. So here we go. So I'm just gently guiding the ruler, the foot of the machine against the ruler. There's no pressure at all. You don't have to bear down, just be relaxed. And then I'm just going to gently go back. And now I'm going to create a feather because I want to go in a continuous line. I don't want to. I would swag right across the top of the quilt and I'd do all the feathers at once. So I can even use this as a spine, or I can just simply have a little fun, maybe put a nice curl in there, double spine, and so this is a hump and bump. Travel back down, and of course do the other side. Travel back down, and then all I do is using my ruler, because I probably wouldn't have ditched this line, and this is how I would ditch it to go to the next position. So I've now ditched the top of my sashing, so I'm really, really happy. Now let's do sort of, some people don't like doing double-sided feathers, so you could do, I've got a smaller oval. We can do just a single-sided feather. So then I'm just going to travel up. Okay, and then basically, instead of double-sided, I'm just going to do it single. So once again, hump and bump. Okay, so once again, like a border feather, this time I'm going to show you how to do both sides of the spine, or even a double spine. It's not right, it's not wrong. It's the wonderful thing about being quilters and about being creative. So I can start here, and this will be basically a backtrack feather. So instead of stopping and starting and coming back and travelling the spine, what I'm going to do is I'm going to work my way up each side of the spine. Of course, I lost my mojo then and went straight into a backtrack. But that's actually okay too, because I will show you can backtrack both sides. So hump. That's your hump. That's your bump. And then travel. So that's doing both sides of the feather without having to backtrack on the spine, which I don't mind doing it. It just depends on my mojo that day. Now what I'm going to do is I'll do sort of like what they call whimsical, fanciful. So the one thing about this is there's really no backtracking because there's no rhyme, no reason. If you don't travel back and forth up the spine, it doesn't matter. So curly and maybe a feather. Oh, it's not a feather. It's supposed to be a heart. And I'm looking here and I've got a little bit of space, so the great thing is there's nothing that says I can't come in. You just pop a little feather in there, let's say a spine. Maybe another curl there. Now you can see because there's no rhyme, no reason, I have no backtracking on these feathers. And because there's a gap between everything, it doesn't matter if that gap is not exactly the same or perfect, because all we're doing is we're just adding reference and style and design to our quilt top surface. So that's that one. And of course, when I come around here, you see, started out traditional, backtracking, lost the plot and went into hump and bump feathers and turned the corner. So okay, so feathers are quite wonderful in that we can make them fit all sorts of shapes. So I've done a couple of triangles, say we were doing triangle borders, and what I'm going to do is put a whimsical feather in and background fill it and see what you think of that. So here we go. So do it traditional curl right up here into the point. Plume. Then I'm going to come from the other direction. And then I would simply just travel back down the spine, and if I was doing this in a border, once again I would then travel across that edge to the next position that I wanted to start. Now in this one, what I'm going to do is I'll put a feather in, but I'll make the feather small and we'll pop a bit of background in it. And you know, some people say, oh, that's way too busy. This is where you get to be creative. You can have the choice of what you would like. So this is just our traditional backtrack feather. where I'd probably just sneak out and into the next one. Now, if this was on a border, one of the nice things to do is to fill in that space would be to just piano stop, So you can see that that's just a little piano key border, and it's really, really quite fast. So I'm just going to do a little circle feather. So once again, just my little budget 1/4 inch Perspex templates. So just move my hand. And I'm just going to draw myself a circle in here, and I'm going to do something different. So I'm going to draw a circle here on the outer to where I have to go to, but I'm going to do this side square so that you can see if I was putting a round wreath inside a square how I would fill it out. And this will be a hump and bump. So here we go. So round. I'm traveling further around the round, and that's enabling me to go around the circle wreath. And so this side is where I'm pretending that it's a round wreath in a square. So now I need to push my feathers out to that square. Thread out the way. I should have snipped that off. Coming into the inside. Okay, so that's our feather wreath. And just move. And you can see, so up the top here, I push the feathers out, and on this side, they were around. So that's how we do a hump and bump feather wreath. Okay, so this is what they call the crawling feather. So what I've done is basically just drawn a rectangle and some curls, and I'm going to show you how I would do it to fill this space. So first thing I need to do, of course, is the spine. So here we go. So it's important for me when I come back to this point here, I actually put in my teardrop or my light bulb, whatever I want to call it. I'll just pop it in there. Now I'm just going to pop some registrations in because I need to basically tell myself, because the feather's going to come round and I need to make sure that I can get feathers on both sides. So this just sort of helps me a little. So now I have to travel back to the beginning so I can start. And then of course I will travel back. And that's what a lot of people don't like about this, is the constant traveling. Now, choice of thread is a big thing. So if I was using super fine thread, you wouldn't notice it so much. So I'm okay with it. Most of the time I would block off the threads because I would be doing this over a really large area. And so it wouldn't matter about the amounts of stops and starts. So around we go. That thread out the way. that's what they call a crawling feather. Let's just see if you can see that. It does look a lot better if I remove the blue water soluble pen. I'll just trim that thread. So you can see there's a lot of backtracking, and it's not my ideal. I would stop and start, but I do love the fact that it's free and it just fills in like a huge amount of space. So it's quite a fun feather to do. So this is just a little feather, whimsical, modern, that I'm just going to fill the space and show you what it looks like after I do the feather and put some background fill in and see what it looks like. Now we can go on air colours. And back into there, and then just sneak out. And we just do just a really nice background fill. Curls and some pebbles. So you saw how quickly that is. It's just a fun little feather that, you know, you do that all over a quilt. None of them have to be the same, no rhyme, no reason. And it's just a little bit of fun to do. And it takes very little time at all. One of the fun things to do when we first start out and we're trying to get that muscle memory is we can use things like stencils. It really, really helps us get the motion and style. It's also a fun way to cheat to do a background fill. So this is a stencil and this is my quilt pounce pad, and they're full of chalk and they're easy. I just simply rub it on the surface. And when I just move my machine over, when I take it off, hopefully you guys can see it, I've got my stencil. Now, one of of the first things you want to do is trace it with your finger. So in actual fact, the stencil starts down here. So this is about getting the muscle memory and tracing and drawing. I'm actually going to trace that so that I know which direction I need my brain. I've actually told my brain where I want to go. But we're going to have some fun. Instead of just stitching this out the normal way, like following the line, we're going to put curls in it and other little feathers, because we can keep registration and be geometrically correct, because in essence we're following the line. So here we go. Just bring up that bobbin thread, lock it off, and away we go. So follow those first couple of feathers. Now this is my first one, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a curl instead of another feather. Travel down, put another curl. Travel down, and this one I might do a double spine. It's a really fun way to be creative, and of course, if you make a mistake, it really doesn't matter, because in a minute the chalk's going to be gone. Double. So as you can see, it's a fun way of creating our own design from something that was really quite plain to begin with, and we've just zhushed it up. And for a beginner, it's a fabulous way to start getting the idea of what we want to do. So this is just a little bit at the end just to show you how I did. So this was a scalloped border on a quilt, and I just popped some fun fancy feathers there, and then I'll just come across and show you. So here's some that I did in the swag. Now none of them are the same, and that's what I love, because no rhyme, no reason, and it just made the quilt top just a little bit more fun. So just show you that. And now I'll show you some formal feathers. Okay, so you can see I had a little bit of fun here. I created a bubble at the end and a double spine. And these are backtrack feathers, so they're not hump and bump. So different space, different design, but they all work. And then, of course, I popped some in here, and I kept the design flowing by putting this beautiful big bubble at the end instead of a teardrop. And then I'll just show you the centre there. So that shows you another way of filling the circle rather than just the traditional. These are the last feathers I'm going to show you. These are backtrack feathers, and they're more Victorian in style. And because this was a vintage cloth that I turned into a quilt, I sort of wanted to keep the tradition of doing the traditional backtrack feather. I hope you've enjoyed this, and I hope that you take the time to have the fun to create your own style of fantastic quilting feathers. I'd just like to take the time to say thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video on creating feathers. It's such a big subject, and there's so many different wonderful creative ways that we can do feathers. There's not a right, there's not a wrong. All our brains work differently, but I hope it takes some of the myth out of it and it inspires you to create your own. Don't forget to draw, create your own design books for your borders and for your quilt sashings, and enjoy your quilting. So hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Thanks everybody for sticking with us here through the Lizzie Allen event. It's been great having everybody here. Lizzie does an amazing job. It's absolutely wonderful. It's been really fun to have her participate. I'll tell you, there's a lot of information in there, so you're maybe gonna have to come back and watch that a couple other times as she's moved through a lot of those hand tracing techniques and then some of those actual finished and sewing techniques. So again, we're incredibly glad and grateful for everybody who's been able to join us today. With that, I'm just gonna kind of sign off with the last couple pieces. Again, exciting about what we have coming up tomorrow. There's a whole lot that we have. And with it, I would just like to encourage you to go back and visit the graceframe.com website. There's a lot going on there as far as the sales that pertain to part of this event. And I'm going to go ahead and bring that up here really quickly as well. Let's go ahead and get that brought up so everybody can see the screen as we kind of finish off today here a little bit. All right, there we go. So there we are. Glad, here, let's bring this up. There we go. There we are. And I wanted just to kind of point out a couple of these last pieces as we're going through today. On your dashboard, as you've logged in again, just one last piece. We did add a couple last parts. We did a True Cut, a Master Collection 2 combo earlier today, and that was not showing up. It is now available for you to see. And again, one way to do that is you can look at clicking on part of the cell, but you can go to the True Cut website as well. So actually, if you click on the coupons, which are here, and if you were to go down to any one of the True Cut, it's an easy way to get into the True Cut site if you're not quite sure. So I can click on, for example, this combo. This is the True Cut website. It gives you a chance to bridge and shop many different things. One of the great things that we have in this shop, and one of the categories, would be a lot of these combos. So you can see that by scrolling through these, you can find those different combinations. It's also great if we're on the home page here. One of the areas that we have down here to the bottom on the right, it will actually just bring up all of those bundles that we have. And there are a whole lot of bundles that are on sale. And again, this is a great way to come in here to find out what that is. Again, this is the new one that we have listed on here. So here you go. This is that special that we have running in addition to everything else. Again, reaching out, encouraging you to visit and look at your local dealers and find out what promotions they have going on with Grace Frame products at this time. And also, again, just a thanks for all of you quilters for joining us. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your willingness to be with us. We're going to be back on tomorrow at 11, talking about several other different topics. We're excited about all the new events of tomorrow. And we're going to be back next week on Thursday. And again, Friday, as we wrap it up with that big prize that we're going to be giving away on Friday, which will be our 21 Pro and a complete system. So that's a really exciting thing to be able to be giving away. Please feel free to reach out and call also here at Grace Company. Let me bring this up really quick. Please know that you can always contact us at 1-800-264-0644, or you can also chat with us at graceframe.com. You can also shoot us an email with that. Again, we appreciate everybody's time, your patience, and everything that we have going on. Look forward to visiting and seeing more of you by trying to answer more of your questions. Love to hear your comments. Thanks again for everybody. We enjoy it, and we're going to be back in the morning. So see you again tomorrow.